Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Yes, a man will always admire.
Papa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
The Kings of the Americas have risen to their calling, uniting the top 8 teams in the North America Kings Arena. Yesterday, our top contenders battled out in a fierce Phase 1 and Phase 2 showdown of the arena stage, and today, one challenger will take on the Kings of Hill face-off against NA's top 2 teams for one ultimate prize pool. Welcome and welcome back to the NAKA Season 1, Day 2 of Week 1. I'm your caster Liz, joined along by the wonderful and one and only Private Dancer.
Hey, what's going on? Thank you so much for the intro. And once again, it is day 2 at the desk with none other than Liz for some exciting matches that we're going to have here for Honor of Kings.
Yes, as the first week of the tournament, let's take a refresher at the tournament format. Looking back at yesterday, we went through Phase 1 and due to scheduling difficulties, not Phase 2 yet, but Phase 1 featured a best out of 3 and Phase 2 is going to be a round robin. Today, we're walking into the Phase 3. Well, they will be facing the top 2 teams of this season. Private?
Yeah, due to the scheduling issues that we had yesterday with the teams, Phase 2 didn't exactly launch yesterday. So a very special match up today before we start Phase 3, which will have a champion going up against our top 2 teams. We will have a very special best of 1 match between DJB and N19, a best of 1 match, and that will tell us who will be moving forward as the challenger to take on the current runner-up, Flash Smileadon, and then possibly a chance to take on the current champion, BYL.
Yes, absolutely. Today we get to see more of the teams yesterday and see which team will actually become the challenger today for that wonderful and ultimate prize money. And looking back at the prize pool this season, we have a total prize pool of $6,000 and 62,500 tokens. But what's most important is that the weekly champion will be walking away with $1,000 and 10,000 tokens. So whichever the top of the 3 teams today wins, will be taking home that hefty prize money. Private.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Every single week, it resets your chances. Each team has an equal opportunity to walk away that week with $1,000, totaling $3,000 for these weekly winners. Then we will move on, of course, to the playoffs, where there's another $3,000, even more tokens. Pretty much, I want to say, the biggest prize pool that we have here in the community for HoK. Heck, even in some of the regional tournaments here in HoK. So, I mean, it's a big opportunity for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, Private just really wants to be one of these contenders and take home that, not even just the prize money, but the tokens. I mean, Private is looking to have his eyes on some new skins. But today, one of these teams will be taking home that money. And let's find out what is the schedule of today's matches. Private.
Yeah, as we can see for Sunday's schedule, this is going to be the start of Phase 3. The challenger who makes it out of our best of 1, our best of 1, will move forward here to take on Flash Smileadon. The winner of that match in a best of 5 will move forward to take on BYL.
Yeah, it's going to be a fierce showdown today. I mean, the best out of 1 round robin, and we only see best out of 1 today, but it's very exciting for me, at least, to see some of the teams yesterday that shined to play again today. So for the first team that we'll see, DJB Club, once again, their clash lane is Benoel, their jungler is Zero, their mid lane is Eternal, their roam is God7Z, and their farm lane is Immortal. So a mouthful of names once again, but we'll get better at it.
Yeah, and as we move on to N19, B tier mid will be in the clash lane. Fred will be the jungler. Sui in the mid lane, Roam being taken up by Ayaka, and the farm lane taken up by Kevin. Sitting on the bench there, we have Pigwin, which I believe played mid a little bit yesterday as well. So full roster for N19.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams came in so strong, demonstrated to us why they're some of the best teams of this arena stage so far. And today we're just excited to see how these two teams that came with full clean sweeps yesterday play up against each other.
Yeah, it's an
and it seems
interesting
like draft
point
is
too.
ready. Private, make your point as we walk into the draft.
Yeah, as we go into this draft here, interesting point is that, yeah, they're both undefeated walking into this, and thankfully very flexible here to meet here on the Sunday to give us this best of one to decide who moves forward because of the little scheduling issues we had yesterday. So hats off to both teams here for being flexible, and we're going to get right into it. I want to say a very familiar band up there. We see Lung from the farm lane taking out Haya as well for the side of N19. Arlie and Dharma taken off by DJB as they fill up their roster. And an interesting pick, we have Milady.
Yeah, I mean, from N19 is pretty standard. Yesterday we saw how well the Nuwa actually played out in the games towards the late game. She actually did so much impact, even in the early game. And on the side of DJB, they're trying to match that, right? They need something to get to the backline, and Ghana Mo seems to be the mid lane that they're looking at securing.
Yeah, they tricked me out. I thought I was going to be a Milady, and I was actually kind of curious as to how that would go because you get a lot of lane pressure with Milady and all of her ads that come out onto the field. Here, we're going to go with Ganon Mo. He has, I want to say, slightly fallen off the meta just because of some of the changes that came out to some of the items, of the burst items that come out with mages. It's a little bit more of a slower start, so he hasn't really seen a lot of play out there. But here, I mean, I can see his uses and how dominant he can be. We also have Zhang out there, good early game tank that you can have to be able to maybe get some of those invades or even be able to protect your farm lane. Chicha on the side of N19 is a
finally private.
She's been banned, I want to say, the entirety of yesterday. Not a lot of people wanting to see a lot of true damage, a lot of, I want to say, offensive capabilities there. Team that up with the early game that you get from Lapu, and I want to say that mid to late game you get with Nuwa. I want to say N19 has a pretty well-rounded composition so far when it comes to like power spikes throughout the timeline of your match.
Yeah, I want to point out to their marksman as well for DJB, right? They have a flowborn marksman, which towards the late game, she is almost unstoppable. She is so strong in the late game if you can actually scale into the late game. But then they also have the Ghana Mo, which needs a lot of farm, which tells me that they might need a jungler who can tank some damage, who don't need as much farm and as much economy towards the early game, right? But on the side of N19, like you mentioned, they banned out the Luna and they took the Chicha, which we have yet to see it perform. And for me, I'm not even sure which lane this Chicha will actually play. It seems like a flex pick.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting here to me. I think we actually talked about this a little bit off screen, is that we've seen her actually in the marksman lane where a lot of people like to kind of pit her in that clash lane as well. For me, when I'm looking at DJB, I'm kind of wondering, sometimes Ganon Mo, he can shine, and you have some great players with him. My only problem kind of sometimes comes with, are we enabling this? Do we have the CC, the slow, the stuns to help enable a Ganon Mo to be successful, where we can hold down the enemy, giving Ganon Mo as much time as he needs to get all of those hits in onto the opponents? And right now, I don't see too much CC. We've got a little bit coming from Zhang with his ultimate Unbridled Outburst, but on the outside, it's just going to be all on Eternal to make sure he's hitting those shots. So that's a box that can be pretty tricky to press against, especially a mobile team.
I mean, we have the Umbrosa lockdown for DJB. She's really good on the 1v1 standing against the Clash lane. But whether or not this Chicha will actually go Clash is here for us to find out. They still have one last pick coming in from N19. They actually decide to go the Lady Sun. So we will see an Umbrosa versus Chicha on the Clash lane showdown.
Yeah, pretty interesting amount of, you got some really heavy hitting tanks here. Dude is actually pretty interesting to me to see in the jungle without a Dolia there to reset that ultimate there. So they're gonna have to be pretty careful. I want to say you're gonna have to be very on the nose as soon as Dune goes in. The rest of your team's gonna have to be able to follow up there. You got two big tanks right there with the Lapu, but a decent amount of damage, especially as you move into the late game. Lady Soon's gonna start coming online. Nuwa's gonna start coming online, and it's gonna be, I want to say, I talked a little bit about Gan and Mo. It's gonna be really big on them to be able to land those shots as you move into that big tanky force that is gonna be N19.
Yeah, I think both teams have their late game potential, right? So both team want to kind of make it in towards the late game and have more items and more space for some of these heroes to really pop off and shine. But I'm really excited for this matchup. I think both teams have a pretty balanced draft. Like you said, for DJB, they're lacking a little bit on the crowd control department, but they also have a Jane, and I'm excited to see how that Jane plays out in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And I want to say, reading kind of the composition there, reading that there's a lack of crowd control, that's kind of where a Dune actually shines for N19, because he gets a lot of his health back from a lot of his auto attacks going into the fray. So as long as you're not able to CC him down, and as long as he's able to swing, he's going to be able to kind of keep that uptick. It just, like I said, it's going to be on the damage. Are you going to be able to put forth enough damage toward the mid game, toward the late game, to be able to take down these huge tanky heavy hitters as we kind of move into the early bit? Not too much going on for both sides. Nobody's invading. Everybody's kind of respecting each other's jungle here right now. You did see a little bit of a peek there coming out from DJB just to get some information. They want to know where everybody is, where they're at the jungle here. And as you can see here, fight going on at mid.
Yeah, I must say I do like the N19 draft just a little bit more. They have more of a balanced draft. They know that the Nuwa and the Lady Sun needs some farm to come online, so they have a Dun to kind of match it up, right? But on the side of DJB, they have three really core heroes that are very item dependent, I would say, and takes a long time to get online. So how this Jane will actually farm his way throughout her way throughout the jungle is something that we have to look out for.
Yeah, and I like looking at some of these rotations here. You saw that Pigwin was actually rotating with the NAKA, so you've got the Mage and the Roam rotating back to mid together, making sure there's an escort. They don't want to get caught out early, especially against a team like DJB where you've got an assassin. The more kills you get there, you're going to lose the advantage as you move into the mid and late game if you start getting killed earlier and earlier here. Gan and Mo clearing out that lane very quickly, and that's kind of the value you get from there. Nuwa has a little bit of problems in that early game when it comes to clearing through, I want to say mid game. You can start teleporting to the top and bottom lane, become a little bit of a nuisance, but she really does not become like a huge factor for team fights until the late game.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw that N19, patience is their virtue, and patience is what they got. With the game that we saw yesterday with the JB, they actually have a lot of team fights coming in throughout the game. So I'm excited to see how these teams kind of showcase their plays out today.
Yeah, even there you can see that Lapu really showcasing a lot of that tankiness that he has. Really, I want to say keeping up. They're doing a great job, even DJB, making sure that Zhongfei, God doing a great job of making sure that the marksman Immortal is keeping up. He keeps on giving him shield on cooldown, making sure that a lot of these shots, you can see both of these guys, they've actually taken a ton of hits from each other, but both teams, both marksmans and Roams, still at basically full health here. Nobody wanting to make that mistake, but 35 seconds left until these objectives spawn.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of DJB, they're doing a great job in freezing some of these minions and not letting Lady Sun take the last hit in many of these. So very good laning phase control.
Yeah, just a little bit of an edge going over to DJB, and maybe that's what might make the difference here. Those little details you're talking about, where you freeze out the minions, you're making sure that the marksman is just a little bit behind. And as you move more into the game, deeper into the mid game, deeper into the late game, where you continually do this to the marksman, continually refuse farm to them, where you're just not going to be ready for one of these team fights. And speaking of team fights, now we're going to go ahead, start on the Tyrant. Both teams getting into position here from the back end. You could see that Ambrosia kind of came in there against the Chicha, but B tier mid able to stave it off, and Eternal able to snatch away the huge damage he's able to do on that Ganon Mo, snatched away the Tyrant.
I mean, what a cheeky play and what a trade. I mean, on the side of N19, they actually forced out the spell from Jane, but then she knew that with with just the objective taken, she actually got the red buff from the enemy side. So a good trade with DJB coming in favor.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's gonna probably set the tone as we see here. I mean, no deaths for anybody just yet, but that's gonna go ahead and expand the gold lead. They were only about a little bit under 1K over, now sitting at about 2K, and it's these little baby steps, these little mistakes. You talked about earlier, refusing some of that farm to get those last hits over to N19. Now you just lost yourself an objective, actually had it stolen after you did all the work, and now you're gonna have to be worried about some of these power spikes as we start moving into the mid game. I'm very interested to see if N19, because it does kind of seem like we're being a little passive. We're just allowing DJB to play the game that they want. We have a few rotations, actually about 4 on 2 coming on down to the bottom. Are we gonna be able to find ourselves a little bit of an opportunity here? Ooh. Big fly up comes in there. Dune does find a kill onto the Ganon Mo. Another pop up comes. No unbridled outburst just yet, but it does put N19 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they needed, right? They needed to take down that, a little bit of a clash coming in the top lane.
Ooh, and Chicha. I want to see B tier mid getting a little greedy there up at top, not respecting the damage coming out from HoK, and that's going to be a kill. And as we were talking about from the bottom, Unbridled Outburst does come out, 3 surrounding out God, and Annihilation goes out, and
wow.
a kill. Able to take down Immortal underneath the tower. Was that the Annihilation? It looked like it hit, and then they died like a few seconds later. Maybe a little bit of a dot on that damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much even on gold, maybe just slightly ahead on the side of DJB, but we've shown that in the early game, they just show that they have so much experience, right? For DJB, they know how to control the farm, and for Agonimo to steal that with his skill is actually really unbelievable for me as a mid lane player.
Yeah, and right now what we're seeing is, as far as the macro is concerned, I'm kind of leaning more towards DJB. They've made fewer mistakes. They have taken a death, especially concerning that Annihilation laser that came out there. But they are pushing better. You see already, bottom tower is down, mid tower half health, top tower half health. So they're doing a better job of kind of pressing into these lanes and making a lot of these fights, a lot of these rotations, a lot of these kills matter.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a better macro game. They know exactly how to secure the objectives that they want, and they know that with this matchup, they need to play the long game, right?
Yeah, and you see, actually gonna have to use that ult from the backside. B tier mid taken out by the mirror image coming from Jing. And that's gonna be another tower for DJB. Big skirmish happening inside the jungle of N19, looking for a kill. Unbridled Outburst comes out. It's gonna be able to protect God as he finds his retreat.
Yeah, I mean, he did secure that with a smite, but this time they're still going to invade.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it looks like it was Ford from N19 was able to secure his buff, so a little no worse for wear there. But slowly the rope is starting to tighten around N19's neck. Another objective stolen. Well, I'm not sure if that's stolen. They were kind of working on that. But Eternal able to kind of clean up another objective there. But slowly, I was saying the rope is starting to tighten. You even have all your first tier towers down, and unfortunately N19 just kind of existing, not able to find these plays, not able to find the rotations they need to maybe catch out DJB. And I want to say they have kind of the tankier composition here, so it's very interesting to see how they're kind of being out-rotated here, because once we get out of this laning phase, once we start getting to these team fights, are they going to be able to withstand the damage that is going to be coming out from the side of DJB?
I mean, once these marksmen get decked out in items, really towards the late game, Flowborn will come online and be quite unstoppable.
Yeah, but we still have to wait to see if that's going to happen. Right now, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for them to kind of come back from this. You see them kind of all up at top. Every single time they rotate, they aren't able to find, like you see here right now, doing a great job. God's in front, making sure he's going to be able to tank the damage in case there is an engagement. The damagers are coming from DJB that are very secure in the back line. Nobody's stepping out of play, so nobody's really making any of these mistakes. The one thing you can do, which N19 has noticed, is they're pushing some of the side lanes. When the enemy starts to ball up on you, when they start creating that little death ball, roaming around the entire map, the best thing that you can do, start pushing the lanes. Start splitting up as much as you can to try to create pressure anywhere around the map to kind of get them to disperse, get them to spread out. Another objective there going over to DJB.
At taking everything that they possibly can on the map, DJB has really kind of forced out the smites, forced out each objective, and towards this point in the game, it almost seems like N19 have nowhere to contest.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate right now. You can see that even, coming in with a little bit of a teleport. I don't believe we actually finished that. That was just a mere image coming from the Jing. Not enough to push. We're at the high grounds. One more tower up at top. Looks like it's going to be pushed by HoK. And that will leave just the high grounds left for the side of N19, who are slowly but surely having to turtle up in the base. They no longer have any vision on their jungle, no longer able to contest. So they're looking for a mistake, looking for maybe DJB to have a member push in a little early. You see Zero kind of poking around there, while the rest of his team kind of poking up at the high ground tower up at the top.
Oh, it looks like a little bit of a skirmish happening, Private.
Yeah, Unbridled Outburst comes out there, especially with the flash back into the tower. That tower's on toothpicks right now. And finally goes down as DJB find themselves with 2 more high ground towers on the enemy's side. They're doing a great job of moving around the map. 2-2, very low kill game, but it doesn't need to be high kills when you're rotating, you're getting the macro, you're getting the towers, and doing what you need to do here. You can see now working on that Overlord. They made quick work of it, and sitting at about a comfortable 6K gold lead over N19.
Yeah, I mean, DJB turning that small lead in the early game into a decisive advantage, as right now we're sitting at about a 6K gold lead coming in from the DJB and almost entirety of the map to their control.
Yeah, I want to say the biggest for me as we're looking at all of this, the biggest problem is the Ganon Mo. He's apparently a sniper, able to kind of land all of these hits, doing a great job on the pack. But when it comes to initialization, we just don't have the engagement tools that we need to be able to get into DJB to kind of break into that front line. As soon as they try to make that engagement, you've got an Unbridled Outburst coming out from God on that Zhongfei that pushes the entire enemy team back, gives him his shield. He's able to tank so much. And now that you're behind this much, you don't have the damage to actually be able to chase, and you're just being kited and taken down. Thankfully, N19, they do understand this. They're not taking deaths, but they're not able to move that needle any further onto the side of DJB.
You're absolutely right. It looks like on the side of N19, there's not much that can really close that gap, that can really get to the backline, get to the Dynamo, and get to the Flowborn. They're lacking a little bit of that engage, but what can they really do at this point in the game, Private?
I mean, it's oh, actually, yeah, I knew it coming. It's gonna, yeah, that's gonna be that ultimate coming out from Ambrosia. HoK doing a great job kind of baiting out some of these abilities, and here chasing down God. There's not really much you can do. He's gonna have that unbridled outburst. They have some great tools, some great anti-engage tools on the side of DJB, and especially at this point in the game where you're so far behind that your damage isn't up to par to kind of break through that that big tankiness, that big shielding. I hesitate to think you're waiting for a mistake that DJB just has not made, and it kind of comes along with the composition. We were talking a little bit about N19. I liked the tankiness that they had with it, but it just felt like the damage did not come online fast enough, and now we're at a point 7K deficits and no more high ground towers from the back.
And we're at he is deep into that jungle, and probably gonna recall right here. We are at a point of the game where Flowborn is just standing outside of the tower and poking that tower, shredding the health bar down to 0 and taking that tower without even needing any minions on her side. So we're at this point in the game, Private.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I was kind of hoping, this is why you kind of like to have that little reset on Ford's Dune. You can come in with his ultimate, try to get to the back line. Even if the team backs up, you're able to reset it, and then he can kind of try to dive even deeper. Unbridled outburst onto the core of N19. They're trying to do everything they can. Oh, and Flowborn able to find a kill onto Chicha, and you do see Kevin goes down as well. About 25% left on the core, and very wisely, DJB not very blood hungry for it. They're not going to force it. They were able to take down 2 members, press into the core. Now they're going to go ahead and take out the jungle, waiting to get some of their members back and topped up until they go back into this fight. You could see 3 members there. Oh, the minions are actually going to probably take care of it. They have to split their priority, and that is going to be the best of 1 victory for DJB.
I mean, congratulations to DJB. They've proven to us that they are indeed the challenger that will be walking into phase 2, phase 3 today. Incredible game coming in from both sides, but it really shows that DJB has the experience.
Yeah, they were even trying to get as fed as they can, but it just they were not able to kind of. You saw down there that Lady Soon, 11,000 gold on her, but just didn't come online fast enough. And maybe that just that's usually that double-edged sword when you do have such a tanky composition. You don't have the damage that you need early in the game to be that type of nuisance. A very, very low killing game, I think, right up until the end there, but a great job there. You talked about the Flowborn doing a great job being on the outside, being of the range of those towers, being able to gun them down. Great macro from the side of DJB. And unfortunately, when you have both of these teams kind of sitting stalwart and you're not able to push forward like N19 wanted to, DJB is just going to start taking advantage of that, picking you apart slowly but surely.
Yeah, if you let DJB's composition get the farm that they need and kind of take your farm, take your objectives, that's when they start to snowball and become the nuisance, the menace that they are towards the late game.
Yeah, great job there by DJB. N19 put up a valiant effort. Like I said, I like their composition, but it comes down to play style. It comes down to aggression right at the beginning. Are you going to be able to find some of those? They had a great, I want to say some great aggression, some great sets by the Lapu Lapu to find some kills, even an annihilation that caught one of DJB underneath the tower, but it just wasn't enough to kind of keep them going. It comes to, if you're able to transition those kills, that opposition into objectives, and unfortunately they weren't. And that goes to us to who's going to be our challengers. Liz?
And once again, DJB proven to us that their experience is showing they will indeed be the challenger of this week. They are going to walk themselves into phase 3 of the matchup up against the top 2 teams of North America, leading us to the challenger being DJB Club, current runner-up Flash Smileadon, and the current champion BYL. And that takes us, ladies and gentlemen, to phase 3 of this week. I'm super stoked.
Yeah, these are going to be 2 teams that we have not seen before. We've been watching DJB with a close eye for this last Saturday, some part of today, but it's going to be the next one, Flash Smileadon, taking on DJB. As most people do know, Flash Smileadon, the runner-up in our qualifiers, the winner of that match, the winner of that best of 5, no longer a best of 3, a best of 5. The winner of that will take on BYL in another best of 5 to crown our week's champion.
Yeah, this will kind of be a redemption match for these teams, right? They've faced up against each other in the open qualifiers, even though that was not broadcasted. They've already kind of had their standing throughout the qualifier stage, and now it's a chance for DJB to kind of go up against these opponents once again and show that maybe it was just they are actually indeed the stronger team.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting too, because I want to say, if I remember correctly, Flash Smileadon was sent to the lower black bracket by DJB, and fortunately for Flash Smileadon, they were able to work their way through the bottom bracket and come out on top over DJB and take that second place.
Yeah, and we're gonna be coming back to a fierce best out of 5 showdown between Flash Smileadon versus DJB as we take a 2-minute break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
And we're back, everyone. That was just a short break. I hope you got your waters, you got your popcorns, and you're ready for the ultimate showdown.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting here. I'm excited to see, especially because, like we said, these are going to be 2 teams now that are going to clash for the first time this week, especially in a showdown that came from our last qualifiers. I'm very excited to see how these teams go at each other.
Yeah, DJB versus the team Smileadon. Let's take a look at the rosters once again. A refresher for DJB Club. We have Benoel in the Clash lane, Zero in the jungle, Eternal in the mid lane, God7 ZZ2 is the roam, and for the farm lane, it's going to be the one and only Immorto.
Yeah, very Exciting and very dominant lineup coming from DJB Club. But as we take a look at Flash Smileadon, it is going to be Luli coming in the Clash lane. Demon Cat will be the jungler. Mauhi? I'm going to go with Mauhi for the mid lane there. Mwaji. And the roam will be KT, and farm lane will be Forest. On the bench, possibly making an entrance, will be Pelican.
And Forest will be looking to farm all the way through the forest, and let's see if they can actually do that. So for anyone who don't know, the Flash Smileadon, they're actually the KMW representative for 2025. So North American representative, it shows how much skill and experience that they have as well, right? And we've seen how strong DJB is, how much experience they have coming from the Chinese server, being top 100. Impressive achievements on both sides.
Yeah, very interesting here too, because Flash Smileadon, like you already said, has that experience in the upper echelon, in the regionals, in KMW, and now we're going to be seeing how well that will stack up against a team that has been in the home of HoK, and so far have been undefeated this week when it comes to their games, in very dominant fashion, very short games also. So none of the games have really gone to distance, not very high kill games either, very instrumental, very methodical, and a very, I want to say focused on the objectives to be able to kind of push into those cores, which has been very interesting. I want to see if Flash Smileadon is going to be able to put a wrench into that type of gameplay.
And first and foremost, let's take a look at their draft on what both sides have cooking up. On the side, we already see a Dharma being taken out. Both sides, Chicha actually last game didn't get to pop off that much, and yes, the Ambrosas against DJB, but they are taken off the map on the side of Flash Smileadon.
Yeah, very interesting here. I was actually wondering if we were going to start seeing maybe some bans coming out from those junglers, those high-paced Peis, Lunas, possibly the Jings as well. Dharma and Guan Yu taken off there. Some great Clash laners that have some great mid to late game potential. And then on the side of Flash Smileadon, they take off the Pei and the Chicha. Are we going to see maybe a more assassin-based composition coming from either of these teams? A very strong roam coming out from KT on the side of Flash Smileadon. They're going to pick up the Zhongfei.
Yeah, I think Nuwa we've seen so far a lot in this tournament. I mean, they banned on the side of Flash Smileadon, they actually banned the Pei, but decided to pick the Mai. So it's showing us that they're looking to have some early game aggressors, right? A battle mage coming in from the side of Flash Smileadon. So it could suggest that they're looking to have more of a late game farm lane.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting too, because I want to say the Mei and the Zhongfei, that's going to be a great team up in mid. You're going to be able to clear out those lanes earlier. It's going to allow your mage to rotate to those lanes and be a nuisance in those side lanes very early. But to answer back with that, in the early game aggression, DJB going to pick up the Oghren. If you're going to be playing it right, in my opinion, you're going to be very aggressive with the Oghren right from the get-go. Invade, try to take some minions, try to see if you can maybe get some of the golems there as well. You also have a great support coming out from this as well. So it's going to be, I'm very interested to see where we go with this.
Yeah, on side of DJB, an odd one and a Diadea, such a classic combo, right? They have so much utility as well, and a lot of early game on the side of DJB. For the side of Flash Smileadon, an early taken in their pocket and banning out the channel, a great response and a great prevention for the side of Flash Smileadon.
Yeah, I do like the picks so far. I think we're kind of got the same mix. There are certain lanes that are going to be losing, I want to say automatically. Mid lane's going to probably be going over to Flash Smileadon, Mauji. Just because of how quickly that Mai actually comes online. Then as you move into the mid and late game, Arlie's going to start coming online as well. But then to be able to kind of match that up, you're going to have the Oghren with a healer that will be able to kind of get you out of harm's way, allow the Nuwa, allow Eternal to kind of get that farm that they need to really become a nuisance here. The only problem is I want to say it's going to be on this May how well you're going to be able to kind of get some of those squishier heroes. I want to say Nua's the only real target you have, because you're not going to really want the Ogren, you're not going to want the Fuzi. Diadea, she's going to be able to kind of heal past a lot of the damage you're going to be able to bring out. So are you going to be able to get online? Are you going to be able to get that ultimate? And are you going to be able to punish DJB fast enough?
And a return to the Flowborn Marksman that we saw last game will be coming in from DJB. I mean, a very, very incredible late game hero if we can actually get to late game. But Arlie, arguably one of the strongest farm laners in the meta, in the game, I would say, if you know how to play it correctly.
That can't be.
You have to do that. A Flowborn tank versus a Flowborn marksman. That will be such an interesting game to watch.
Oh, okay. So that's yeah, you can do that. So it's gonna be a Flowborn marksman versus a Flowborn tank. That was very interesting. So it's gonna be you got a lot of tankiness. You got the CC coming out from the Flowborn, a tank there, Zhongfei combined there. So a big solid front line. And then you still, what we were lacking possibly from N19 is there is a good amount of damage coming out from Flash Smileadon.
Yeah, a good amount of damage, but if you really get to that far late game, when that Flowborn Marksman actually comes online and the damage coming in from Mai kind of falls off against the Nuwa, it'll be really hard for the side of a Flash Smileadon to get to the back line to actually turn the game around. So it really depends on how they snowball in the early game on the side of Flash Smileadon, right? And allowing Arlie to get that farm and to be online earlier in the game. And Private Dancer, let's take a look at this incredible series coming in phase 3.
Yeah, it's going to be game 1 of a best of 5. DJB earned their way toward this matchup coming in from Saturday and the matchup today. Undefeated so far, Flash Smileadon looking to put on a clinic, looking to, I want to say, set the standard here. Look at all of the MES 3 members at mid lane. I was talking about the dominance that could probably come out from the Mauji and the KT on Flash Smileadon, but DJB, they mounted 3 members at mid lane to make sure that didn't happen. Make sure that there's a little bit of uncomfortableness for the May pick.
Yeah, and they kind of help the Nuwa to quickly clear her lane against the Mai and not be at a disadvantage with that Tom in the early game. And kind of Nuwa actually followed the odd one a little bit and helped him farm.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me is with a Mai pick, it's very interesting in that now you are forced. It doesn't matter if it's a Mai pick, you have to get Venomous Staff. You have to get that anti-heal, which kind of stunts her burst damage as we move in throughout this game, which might actually make it a little worse off for Flash Smileadon, because now you have to get the anti-heal, which kind of offsets your mid-game power spike that you want to kind of force into DJB, but only time will tell. We have one that is a very mobile game. Speaking of mobile game, Forest! One more hit, and I think he would have had an early kill for DJB. But that just kind of shows how well Flash Smileadon understands their pacing, understands the distance and the damage they can take before they would be under threat.
I mean, I gotta give it to Immortal. He showed us last game how dominant he is, how much control he has of the lane, and that just shows you that he pushed the Arlie back into the corner, almost bursted into death and having to recall.
Yeah, we're gonna. I'm very interested to see here, because I was talking about before, Flash Smileadon, they've got a lot of mobility on their team. Whereas on the side of DJB, I feel like if you want to be a super aggressive on Flash Smileadon, DJB, as you move into the mid game, as you move into the late game, DJB has a composition that can really offset a lot of aggression, a real anti-dive type of composition. Whereas if DJB tried to dive on Flash Smileadon, they can actually kite backwards very well. A lot of mobility on their composition. The dashes that are going to come from Mauji on this May, the dashes that can come from Luli on this Charlotte as well, and then the disengaged potential KT has with a Zhongfei and that unbridled outburst.
So far, so good. I mean, Private, looking at the map, it's a pretty even matchup from both sides. A little bit of action happening on top lane, but not going to connect as we're walking in towards the objectives spawning in just 30 seconds.
And as we take a look at the map, there are just a narrow gold advantage for DJB, but nothing huge. They're not able to kind of bully Flash Smileadon like they were N19, where some of the lane minions were getting skipped out there. Ooh, in comes the NAKA 3-on-1. Are they going to be able to pick off? That is a big and tanky boy. KT is not afraid. Already had that unbridled outburst worn out there, so not much that the side of DJB was going to be able to do there. But like I said, they're not able to bully Flash Smileadon in these lanes right now. So what we saw from N19 is even their marksmen, they were missing minions, they weren't getting those last hits, and this is where it really kind of took off for them. Are they going to be able to take this objective unfazed? And it looks like they are. Not even contesting it is Flash Smileadon.
And not gonna contest. The early, I would say, is not having the best game possible. She's right now already rotating to mid and trying to get as much farm as she possibly can. I'm leaving the bot lane actually undefended with the Flowborn just tapping that tower for free.
Yeah, and you can see as we took a look at the, actually taking another a very free tower. We did see that the Mask of Agony being picked up there by the NAKA Eternal, so they're not going to be going with anti-heal just yet, especially against a tanky lineup. But we've seen this before where you don't get it and you're trying to kind of make up for it by having some dominance in the early and mid game to kind of steamroll as you get to the late game. But as you get to the late game, I feel like that's going to really start punishing you, where Flash Smileadon and their tanky lineup really becomes unstoppable. We'll see if that kind of plays a part as we move in through this game. Really in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of a flank coming in, pushed by the Mei. Zero comes in, that's an Ogre, he is not afraid. He is activated, but there's 3 members coming in, about to be 4.
Now.
Is that going to be a push coming out? Ogren is down and Charlotte is next on there. Luli gets taken out, gets their kill first, an unbridled outburst coming out from KT, but being pushed. A great job by Eternal with a lot of those boxes to go ahead and create that distance between her and her team. Oh, an annihilation laser just wide of the members. I think that might have actually been very close to cooking Flash Smileadon.
I mean, a trade for the jungler for the for a Clash lane is not too bad, and especially that allowed Arlie to just farm freely in the mid lane and getting that gold, getting her economy up, getting some money in her bank account because she's gonna need it to get her items and to really come aligned.
Yeah, but right now it does. I feel like the Mei and Arlie kind of like on neck and neck when it comes to their gold and how much they're being able to farm. Mauji doing a great job being able to get those sets and pop-ups and the pushes and answering back right now. Flash Smileadon able to pretty much put the damage onto this top tower without an answer coming from DJB.
If you look at the golds, Arlie is slightly ahead of Flowborn Marksman, right? So she, right now that mid wave definitely helped her out just a little bit, but it looks like a little bit of an action happening right now, Private.
Yeah, a big wombo combo comes out there. I love the Flowborn coming in, matched up by the Mei and the pop-up. Another pop-up. Here he is. Ogren has nowhere to go. He was just hitting his head on the ceiling. But the great CC coming out. You had Mauji with the pop-ups on the Mei. You had more pop-ups coming from Luli. And then the unbridled outburst coming from KT. Ogren just had nowhere to go.
I mean, Odd1 is one of the only frontliners on the side of DJB, so it's almost normal for him to be the first one to fall in a team fight. But Arlie was actually taken down and now put a little bit behind. But it does look like the map is looking pretty even to me, Private.
Yeah, it is looking very even, and especially even when it came to that fight, it did take a while for them to be able to take down Zero on that Ogren. Once you get into team fights and you're spending that much time on an Ogren, you're leaving it open for the rest of the team to start coming in and start putting the damage onto you. We're gonna see if that actually matches up as you can see a great pushing coming here from Flash Smileadon into DJB's jungle now. Nowhere is safe. They're starting to be a little bit more aggressive. They know their power spikes. It's tied up when it comes to the gold. Kills not as important, but with these towers down, I love that the towers kind of transition their play style. Towers are down, the first level towers are down, so we're gonna go ahead and keep on pushing into their jungle because they have a less places to run back to. And they're actually doing a great job of it. They're continuing on this pressure. There's not much of an offense that we're able to mount on the side of DJB. We're not grouping up and trying to like force our way in.
Yeah, N19 putting a lot of pressure on the map, having more of the map to their control, but towards the late game, this Arlie have to be very, very careful for her positioning because she's one of the only late game carry on the side of Flash Smileadon, whereas for DJB, they actually have the new one. They have the Flowborn Marksman, both able to do a massive amount of damage.
Well, the only thing that comes into this when it comes to the Arlie, once Arlie starts coming online, who do you have that can chase her? Maybe Eternal can get a lucky teleport into the back where the team is going to be able to follow, but are you going to be able to get back there to punish the Arlie?
Shut her down.
And yeah, to be able to shut her down. We do have another engagement here. Looks like all of the members from Flash Smileadon coming in. Zero, Unbridled Outburst is out. Zero's running for the hills if he could. A big engagement. 5 members there. Looks like HoK in trouble. Dodging a fan, able to get underneath the tower, but he gets taken out.
And that's, I mean, that is the positioning difference, right? She went a little bit too deep, too early, and got stuck into that massive crowd control coming in from the side of DJB. So you really don't want to be the only one that falls in every single team fight, because what can your team do after you're gone?
Yeah, and that's an interesting point there too. Zero actually was able to was in the middle of that, took a lot of damage. HoK came in to kind of offset that, to try to split up some of that damage. And in the fray, Forest, we were just talking about Arlie and the ability to kind of not get killed, to kind of stay in the fray. Forest falls, so I almost kind of like that value. If you're going to trade your Clash laner for somebody like Forest on that Arlie, I feel like that's a great trade, and that actually allows them to go ahead and push on to this objective.
Yeah, trade, a pretty good trade for DJB, and a pretty even trade just now with the Overlord taking down in return for a Tyrant. Now, the Overlord, I would say, is what Flash Smileadon needs to kind of continue to hone in that advantage they have on the map and have that giant Overlord marching down into the farm lane.
The only thing for me is if you're going to go for a Tyrant after the 10-minute mark, you better be making use of the damage boost that you have out there. Annihilation Laser is just a little bit wide. Unbridled Outburst coming on from the back line. You can see KT diving in onto 3 members there, separating, which allows the team to take down Zero. Meanwhile, you have all of the Overlords crashing in to the high towers of the base.
Yeah, I almost feel like after the 10-minute mark of the game, it's almost more important to get the Overlord, right? There's so many dragons just marching on the map. It actually creates this emotional pressure as well. You're just watching the dragons marching into your base with nothing that you can do at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. After the 10-minute mark, I feel like the Overlord is your priority. It creates so much pressure. It creates a time limit on engagements that you can even go into the enemy, because now you know, oh man, we have dragons that are about to crash into our base. Can we take down this team? Can we do something here that will be worth it for while these dragons are starting to crash into our base? And as I was saying before, the Tyrant, are you making something from this damage boost you just got? Are you actually forcing an engagement? Right here, it feels like DJB is a little bit of a step behind.
Yeah, right now the map is not looking into their favor. I mean, this Arlie is trying to catch up on farm with decked out pretty much in items as well on both sides. This Arlie is looking at a 9.1k gold, with the Flowborn Marksman not being even a little bit behind. They're pretty much even on the gold, but their team is looking a little bit behind.
Yeah, interesting thing here is Zero picked up the Blazing Cape for the side of DJB, so he's gonna have the anti-heal. They elected not to let Eternal, the mage, get it. I wanna say most compositions you want your mage to have it because it's gonna be earlier in it. So we have one source of it coming from Zero. Once he goes down though, and he's probably gonna be one of the first ones to go down, you don't really have a source of anti-heal. While on the side from Flash Smileadon, you had Mauji. I believe we saw that KT had the Blazing Cape as well. So they have two sources of that anti-heal for when it comes into these fights, and they're going to be able to kind of melt down DJB. This is one of those things I was talking about. I'm not sure how well or how much that's kind of having a factor here in these fights. Right now, it does feel like DJB just a little bit of a step behind, but that's mostly because of the aggression coming from Flash Smileadon. They understand once these towers are down, start pushing into their base. Don't give them any type of breathing room. There's always a member of Flash Smileadon in their jungle pushing a lane, and to the point that there's no breathing room for DJB right now, looking at about only a 2k gold deficit, but still I want to say it feels like it's more the way that they're playing.
Yeah, it feels like it's more, especially looking at the map, but it does seem like they're looking to trade objectives once again, getting the Tyrant on the side of Flash Smileadon and a little bit more boost to the attack and the battle power that they are already showing.
Yeah, so they're going to go be able to get that. We talked about this before. I do like the value of an Overlord as well. It's a lot. There's a lot more value you get from it, from having all of these lanes pushed, but you're at a point where you're only got two high grounds left on your side. So there's not really, it's going to be hard to kind of equal out that value that you're getting from these Overlords as well, especially because we're not engaging the team. We're not making, you can see already the Charlotte's already starting to split from the team to take out the Overlord up at the top. Lilu doing a great job. The game that Flash Smileadon is playing is very well. They group up when they need to, and they immediately split up to take down those Overlords, and then you have a big group coming back again.
Yeah, and they're so well in their positioning and not forcing any team fights that they don't need to, but right now doing a lot of damage right there with the new one.
Ooh, they actually might not be able to get away here as they're going to charge into the backside. Great pickup there coming from Immortal, chasing them down. Forest goes down as well. Big pop-ups land. Down goes the KT. Demon Cat is down as well. Two members left from Flash Smileadon who are getting out of dodge. It's no surprise. It's the two members with the most mobile abilities and the dashes who were able to get away from that fight. But this is allowing DJB with this ultimate push coming in through the mid. Are they going to be able to stop this? Flash Smileadon, you see a big teleport coming in from Eternal. Are they going to be able to break them down? Down goes the mage. Is this going to be a wipeout for the side of Flash Smileadon and a home free possible victory for DJB, who turn it around at the end?
Man, oh man, one good team fight is all they need. One good team fight and the Shadow Overlord marching in down the mid lane, and that is all she wrote for the side of DJB, for the side of Flash Smileadon, rising to the calling. It might be a little bit of a matchup mix-up in the graph, but DJB taking down that win, no?
Yeah, that would be DJB with a victory unless they accidentally went to their own base. But I mean, let's talk about that last fight. How patient were DJB? Basically all of your towers. I think they had one more high ground tower left, a big push coming from Flash Smileadon. They find the opportunity, dancing back and forth with Zero to kind of tank a lot of that damage, and then they find some of those key members. They're able to take down Demon Cat. I believe it was KT first. He went a little too deep onto the back line, ended up getting crushed. Once that happened, the team DJB immediately pounced, immediately went forward. Demon Cat got caught, Forest got caught, and likely, as I was talking about before, Mauji on the Mei, and then the Charlotte, two heroes that have these immense amount of dashes and abilities to get away. They were able to get away, but you had this mounting push coming from DJB Club. And this is something I really love about Honor of Kings when it comes to that late game. You have to be so careful about the engagement. You can't just willy-nilly start pushing down mid without a plan. You saw exactly what happens when just the smallest mistake happens. You're going to be able to have this entire push that costs you what was, dare I say, it was pretty much a Flash Smileadon game. And they kind of let that slip through their fingers with letting one person get caught.
Yeah, and the most important person got caught, right? Their late game carry, the farm core that they bet everything on for the early, but the early did not have the best game, did not even secure a single kill, almost pushed to her death in the early game by the marksman. And right now at this point, they really have to kind of re-strategize, right? Like you mentioned, it's really important, especially when you get to the late game, to keep your composure and watch your positioning, especially you're put into that carry position.
Yeah, a great game played by both here, but it just really shows, I love that it shows the kind of patience that comes from the teams, and also the dominance, how well Flash Smileadon did for the early bits of that game. Just a one little mistake, and that's just, once you get to this tier of play style, once you get to these types of players, that's all it usually takes. So you always, especially toward the end of the game, and dare I say more so at the end of the game, you always have to kind of just be eyes and head on a swivel, making sure that you're watching out for everything, because the moment you don't, you're gonna have an entire team pushing down through mid.
But once again, as a reminder, guys, this will be a best out of 5 series. So this is only the first game. I mean, we saw both of these teams kind of battle it out neck to neck, head to head, with both sides showing how strong they are. And I'm looking for a game that goes to the distance. So we want to see if Flash Smileadon can kind of fix up some of the mistakes that they're making and come in with a stronger game for the next game as well. And also, it will be a standard ban pick. So some of these heroes that we've been seeing a lot will be repeated, and will Flash Smileadon have an answer this time against maybe the new one, against the Flowborn Marksman? Like, will that actually make it to the ban list?
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing for me to see what adjustments might actually kind of come out of this, because it's almost like, I mean,
Private, hold your thought. Let's look at the draft first and see if Private is actually right with the point.
Well, we're gonna see if there's any adjustments made here, because I want to say Flash Smileadon, I don't even want to say there's too many mistakes that were made with that last one. The draft was good, their play style was good. It's just a minor mistake, and it's just like, what do you do? You just maybe backhand KT a bit, be like, hey, bro, let's calm down a bit. And that's all that, because that was an all Smileadon game there. DJB, I don't want to take anything away from them. They are balanced. Yeah, so it's Fuzi going up there along with Luna. So it's gonna be very interesting to see where we go from this composition for the side of DJB.
Yeah, it seems like Fuzi actually was one of a hack to deal with for the side of Flash Smileadon, for them to actually make it and put it onto the ban list. But now with the first pick on the side of Flash Smileadon, what do you think they're going to secure in this meta? Chicha is still available.
We haven't seen too much of, I want to say Chicha has, maybe she's just kind of wore out on people. A lot of people understand how to counter her. A lot of people, as I say that, Chicha gets picked up. And Flash Smileadon can have 80. Actually, now that we look at it, 80 on the roster is going to be coming in. I forgot who had taken his place for the first roster that we saw just a moment ago, but that's going to be matched up with Dune. Oh, and it looks like it might be a jungle. Nope. Always tricking me out. Zhongfei and Lung.
Private, what are you thinking?
No, I was looking on the other side there. Zhongfei and Lung picked up by DJB. Lung has been one of those other ones just that has joined the Chicha in the bans for most of these drafts as well, and has had very great outings thus far.
See, I think right now on the side of Flash Smileadon, they decided to pick the new one. So it looks like if you pick it instead of banning it, right? But I almost feel like Arlie is a good pick here against the Lone. It might be banned out because Arlie does, with her skill 2, does get to cancel some of these Lone's skill abilities. So right now I'm expecting that to be on the ban list on the side of DJB, but then again, the Arlie last game did not make a huge impact. And we're gonna see a Jing coming in from DJB.
Yeah, I was gonna make that same comment. Do you pick Arlie, or do you kind of set that aside just because Arlie did not have a fantastic game? It wasn't terrible, but it just, you weren't having the effect once Arlie started getting fed that you wanted to have to really have an impact. And in fact, as we moved into that late game, having an Arlie that could get that great space, that could still rain down damage, might have been able to turn that fight around for Flash Smileadon. Here, we're gonna see Jing picked up for 0. So you've got a great assassin pick up for the mid game, Zhong Fei to help you out with the early game, and this immense amount of damage for Lung. Dare I say Lung is kind of effective through all parts of the game. We've seen him be able to get kills in the 30-second mark. We've seen him be able to cross into enemy lines, and then he's gonna be able to use his ultimate to get away or even cross into the back line as well.
Yeah, we do see that Arlie taken off the map for Lone. I mean, it's a good choice on the side of DJB. You don't want Arlie, even though last game she wasn't making as much of an impact, the hero counter is just immense, right? But on the side of DJB, they have to think about what they want for the mid lane. Something maybe more of a utility mage that can do a good amount of damage in the early game and do not need as much economy to come online.
It's interesting to see because you talked a little bit about how the ban is going to be a little bit different here than we usually see with pros. It's not going to be a global ban where you're only able to use a hero once, but when we do see some of the same heroes being able to be picked up, some of the same heroes being able to be banned, I want to say at least for the roam position, Zhong Fei and Lapu Lapu have been standout heroes, especially in that roam position. You just have so much CC that can come out, so much shielding. They're so heavy in what the damage they're able to take. I do like that we see Pei coming out for the side of Flash Smileadon. We've seen it before. However, the problem sometimes comes where you need to kind of make sure that you're not making any mistakes on him, that you're getting to that 10-minute mark with like at least 8,000 gold so that you can get to that mid game and be able to be the menace, the amount of damage that you can put onto people. And for some reason, a lot of people, they like to put on that pressure to Pei, make sure that he can't get to that point.
Yeah, maybe he is paired with the Byron, so they're looking to make a lot more impact in the early game, and you kind of see this repeated as well in the previous game. But I almost feel like they still lack a little bit more damage towards the late game. We don't know how well Chicha will be doing up against Alone on towards the late game when the scaling is really what matters, right? But they did decide to put Chicha laning up against Alone, so it'll be an interesting matchup coming in for both sides. Now, Private, looks like the battle has begun, so dance us into this game.
Well, I'll try my best, but as we go in, a lot of pressure coming in from mid already. We saw this already before from Flash Smile. Actually, I think we saw this from DJB last time, where you had 3 members already trying to put pressure, and this is a little bit of a hello from Flash Smileadon, and see we can do the exact same thing here. However, I do want to say, when it comes to these kind of compositions, right now, when it comes to the mental fortitude, DJB currently undefeated, currently have the first win over Flash Smileadon, and I'm wondering if that kind of plays into their mental fortitude right now, because I want to say they had a perfect game last time for the last game, and unfortunately lost it right at the end. Is that going to come into play? Are they going to be a little bit more, I want to say, are they going to be locked up, or is that just going to be on their mind as we move further and further into this matchup?
I mean, that is something that they have to kind of work out on their own to become
all right,
a
as we move
player.
in, Flash Smileadon kind of moving on from their base into the mid lane, doing a great job of kind of mastering up with the duo You see a nice little stuns coming in there onto KT, trying to do the best job he can. But I want to say the rotations are definitely in favor of DJB, doing a great job of kind of continuing to keep up that pressure, not allowing Nua to get those rotations. And now they're going to go ahead and start invading. They back up immediately as Flash Smileadon get onto their case. They don't want any of these fights just yet. They were just kind of hoping for some free pigs down at the bottom lanes there. Big little bit of aggression here coming at the mid lane as well.
I mean, I really
when it comes into the mid, the matchups right now they're having a decent job. You can see when it comes to the mid lane for the side of DJB. Oh, look at the KT taking a whole lot of damage right now. Leo Lee comes in, does not want to fight for the 3. Oh, 80 in a little bit of trouble here. Is he going to be able to get away? Does use the flash and is a bottom man. I feel like he maybe have cut that a little bit too close. Now he has to back up as Immortal's putting a ton of pressure onto this tower. Nua coming in. Mauji comes in, able to kind of help out, is going to be pressurized by 3 members. Annihilation lasers out there, more or less to kind of clean up those minions. They saved the tower, but that was a very close call for 80. Gonna use that flash to get away and just narrowly had some issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
Private.
as we go back, Immortal still putting on the pressure of onto the lane here. 80 by himself. Is he going to be able to defend this? As you did see Zero on that Jing, looking to find himself a little bit of an opportunity to get down there. Lapu KT joining them. Demon Cat at the mid lane, and Eternal doing a good job kind of clearing out, managing this by himself. Engagement comes in here. Immunity is out for the side of DJB. HoK in trouble. Pay goes down. A stun catches him, and it looks like DJB is going to be able to find the hook there and take down. Finding the first kill, DJB finds themselves on the board. More pressure mounting at the mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of pressure
as we continue here. KT in the line, we can see a lot of pressure coming in here for the first Tyrant that is out, and they make short work of that. DJB having a great game here, especially in the early parts of it. 4:24 on the clock, and they are having no issues pushing here. A little bit of a small gold lead right now, and they're going to continue with it. As we continue on with this fight, you see the pressure coming up from the bottom lane.
A lot of pressure coming in. Indeed, already the game is looking really in favor of DJB at the moment. Private Dancer, it's incredible game so far. Not too much happening both games, both teams playing, knowing their advantage and knowing how to kind of scale towards the late game. But a little bit of happening in the top lane. Mulan actually taking down the Pei. I mean, Pei really needs a lot of farm in the early game. Taking down another, the Byron and Pei combo shut down Private.
Yeah, as we kind of come back into this, I want to say DJB having a very strong opening here into the 5:30 minutes, doing a great job. 3 kills on the board. I thought this was going to be a little bit more dare I say, back and forth from Flash Smileadon, but it feels like they have found the mark, and now you see 4 members. Ooh, latching on to 2. Speaking of which, Infinite Vastness just narrowly allows Immortal to get away. Zero able to dash his way to safety. A great job from DJB to peel away, but an Annihilation laser coming from Mauji catches Immortal on the back end of that Infinite Vastness. What a great snipe coming from the Nua pick from Flash Smileadon.
Yeah, already looking at a 2,000 gold lead for the side of DJB. They're playing a great game on that side. A good engage coming in from both sides. It's not too far off for either way, but it does look like the map is still in favor of DJB as the side of Flash Smileadon trying to take down this bot tower. It looks like they're going to be quite successful with that. A little bit of happening in the mid lane as well, Private.
Yeah, the big thing here is they are able to find themselves a tower. They're starting to get that macro up, but you've got 2 towers from the side of DJB. I dare say we're starting to get to that mid game, starting to get to that late game where Flash Smileadon is going to start getting a little bit more powerful, a little bit more tankier in some of these fights. And DJB, what do you have to show for it? Are you going to be able to steamroll further into their jungle? Are you going to be able to get this mid tower so that we can start enforcing our will? Or are we going to allow slowly Flash Smileadon to play the same game like they were playing before? Very slowly, very methodically. They don't need to get all of these kills. They just need to get the towers.
Yeah, but I really like the draft coming in from the side of DJB. They have that utility mage that we're talking about. They have the late game carry, and right now they have their map in control still with the Overlord marching down in lane.
Yeah, you had the Jing 0 there with that mirror image. Now you have the Overlords kind of charging in. Is this going to be enough? Flash Smileadon's going to need to find themselves. They're going to need to answer some of these as well. So great job there by DJB, prioritizing what they needed to kind of create that pressure, make sure that they don't need to kind of keep on with the fights. Ooh, a big CC kind of comes in there. Demon Cat's going to need to find himself a little bit of an escape from the side. You have KT coming in. Is he going to be able to find himself an opportunity? No, they're just trying to make sure that they have that great front wall. Lilu, pretty deep into the line, is going to be able to find himself an escape. 1-3 right now, DJB and Flash Smileadon. DJB, I want to say a little bit more on the aggressor side here of the map, doing a great job than what we saw from the first game, where they were a little bit more lackadaisical. They were kind of allowing Smileadon to play the game that they wanted. Here, they're enforcing their will. They're not giving up objectives. They're not giving up parts on the map or towers. Here you can see here they're taking damage, allowing Zero to be able to pick up these objectives that they need.
And Zero just bursted down that Tyrant with half HP, and that just shows how much farm he already has in his pocket. And this Mulan has been rotating throughout the map, just doing like a little bit of a split pushing and putting pressure and making Flash Smileadon react with a little bit of a clash happening right now, Private.
Yeah, this is the thing too. You have the 2 towers down there. They're going to keep on enforcing their will, pushing into their big pop-up comes in. Pei is down, diving underneath the tower. They're going to find the Byron as well. Nua is able to find another kill onto Immortal, which is crazy because of those long shots that she has to take. But this is really showing DJB doing a great job when it comes to being able to find these kills. Jing from the back end. That is going to be it for Mauji. DJB have found their rhythm here, and now they do find that mid tower. That is all of the tier 1s taken out. That's going to allow DJB to start being more aggressive in their jungle. You're going to see the opposite of what we saw from the last game, where Flash Smileadon was trying to pressure DJB even in their own jungle. Here, I want to see the same thing from DJB. I want to see them with that pressure, continually putting that out there for them. Here, Tyrant might be a little bit of a contest.
They're whipping that pressure up all right. They're at sitting comfortably at a 2,000 gold lead right now. Trying to take this. I'm forcing the Tyrant to kind of go back to his home, right? But the Jing is dancing all around the map and allowing the backline to actually insert that damage.
Whoa, look at the amount of damage that God took.
Oh my God.
Before that unbridled outburst came in, he found 2 members, Mauji and KT, hiding in the mid bush, and then immediately engaged on them, had his activatable, able to withstand the damage, and then finally, after what felt like 10 minutes, he finally let out that unbridled outburst, and the rest of the team able to kind of flounder on top of them. A great tanking there by God, a great flank to be able to find those members, and that's what you want to be doing as a roam. Get to those back lines, become a nuisance for some of those squishier heroes.
And this is what we talk about to have a good Pei game and actually make an impact, because Pei is good up against some of the more assassin junglers like Zero, but you have to actually make your impact towards the early and the mid game to actually put pressure up against the Jane and disrupt its farm. But we just haven't been able to see that this game with Flash Smileadon, allowing right now DJB to enter towards the late game and enter into the phase where some of their carries are coming online.
Yeah, this is just so interesting, and this is kind of like a mirror of what we used to see from the open qualifiers as well when it came to those Pei picks. And to the point that I almost wondered why people were talking so much about Pei when every single game I'd seen with him, he just seemed to not have the effect. And he's really one of those heroes that you need to have a perfect game. The rest of your team really needs to be able to enable you to get the farm, to get into enemy territory, and it's just one of those things that if you get even a little bit floundered, if you take even a death, it's going to set you back so hard. Nobody gets punished for deaths harder than a Pei who's trying to be farming the entirety. Ooh, you see that coming in there with that mirror image is Zero. Oh, big damage comes out. Down goes Eternal. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Is this mirrors of what we saw from the last game? Down goes HoK. The rest of Flash Smileadon trying to chase into it, but you have the tanky boys coming out from God, and I want to say that was Zero who's able to find himself a dash away. So not just yet was Flash Smileadon able to turn it around just yet, but they do find 2 unanswered kills on DJB, finding that smack onto Eternal and onto HoK.
And now looking at the items now, Jane is sitting very comfortably at 10.5k gold decked out in items, allowing her to dance all the way through and defeat that Overlord.
Z was hiding in the bush. Zero was waiting for them to be on there. As soon as the Overlord got low enough, he dove in with the mirror image, able to get himself that smite and steals the Overlord from Flash Smileadon. They cannot find a break right now. DJB playing this with precision.
This is a smite diff, Private. This is the jungle diff. This is what we talk about a jungle diff. When your jungle knows how to secure the objectives, even when it's not in your team's favor.
But this, there is something to say about Zero and his playstyle being able to hide in that bush and wait and be patient. But that's also a mistake on the side of Flash Smileadon. Always be ready, just like they always tell you to make sure. Always smite the objective like there's a team fight going on. Always check the bushes. There should have been somebody that was going around making sure that there was nobody there. Instead, they thought they had it. They were very comfortable, and then in comes Zero, able to steal that away with precision.
Yeah, I mean, they have the balanced draft, and the Jingle, oh my god, just dancing all the way through. I mean, he might be the dancer here, Private. You gotta step down.
Dancer recognizing dancers. Big unbridled outburst comes out. Infinite vastness as well. Immortal putting on the damage. You see down goes KT. Dancing into the next core is DJB. Waiting for the dragon to cross the threshold. Are they gonna be able to close this one out? 50% down goes the Pei. Trying to take down Lilu, and that is going to be game 2 for DJB.
I mean, they were going on all cylinders, and they're absolutely unstoppable, making them, again, DJB 2-0 up against Flash Smileadon with one last game, one last chance for FS.
And you can see here Double S coming out from Eternal on that mage, doing a great job. You have so much AoE coming out. So I want to say just a great job of being able to Yuan, the Melody of Peace, Unending Sorrow, all the abilities that you need to get those stuns, to keep your team topped up, to run in and get those stuns. And then
33% damage from the Yuan. That's crazy.
Yeah, from somebody that usually kind of partakes as a roam position or as a support, that's a pretty crazy there. But not to be outdone by how well Zero played this. The ultimates, the unbridled outburst coming out from God, the ultimates coming out from Immortal on that Lung as well, the infinite vastness. So they were doing some great wombo combos. They were having a great time. And then even when it was able to be turned around on DJB Club, even when Flash Smileadon had the advantage, great thinking by Zero to be able to steal that Overlord and turn it right back around. There was just not any breathing room for Flash Smileadon.
And one good team fight, one push is all they need to close out that game. And now it's 2-0. The pressure, I mean, you were talking about pressure on Team Flash Smileadon in the last game. Now they're really in pressure. They're really pushed into the corner as the contender team, as a top 2 team coming into this open qualifier. They have been sitting there comfortably for the past day while DJB had to fight one battle after another. It almost seems like all of the fighting that they've been doing so far is helping them win this matchup.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about that. Maybe it has to do with the momentum that they got from yesterday, being able to sharpen that sword on teams, get their victories, starting today off with getting a victory as well, then walking in against a team that hasn't really fought together against anybody else here in the NAKA tournament, kind of just been waiting there very patiently, probably a little bit, you called iced out cold since they haven't warmed up yet. And unfortunately, you're coming up against a red hot DJB right now, completely undefeated so far. So I mean, a great job by them, and I'm actually looking forward to see how this turns out. Can they maybe even be able to take into the #1 spot as well?
Red Hot is in their temple. Red Hot is in their logo. They are DJB, right? With that red team logo, showing that they're ready here to fight, right? And some interesting facts for you guys don't know. Yesterday, between their matches, they were actually playing peak for the players of DJB. So it shows that they really enjoy the game and are practicing, taking every opportunity they have to practice.
Yeah, that's just a love for the game. And that's kind of what you need to have to be great at this game, is that love. As we're going to go ahead, take a look at the current standings to show you guys where we currently are. DJB facing Flash Smileadon. This is going to be a best of 5. Currently, game point for DJB as this next one comes up, and the winner of this will be taking on the current first place BYL. That's going to be a very interesting match here, especially if DJB can overcome Flash Smileadon. Or our Flash Smileadon, have they been able to lick their wounds, lick their paws, so to speak, to be able to kind of turn this back around? Like we said, first game actually was very well in Flash Smileadon's corner. However, they made a little bit of a mistake, and DJB were able to turn it around. They showed that they had that unshakable faith in what they needed to do. They just needed to wait for an opportunity. However, maybe right now, Flash Smileadon, they kind of had that ego that's broken a bit, and they needed to find those pieces to kind of come back stronger, because that second game, I want to say that second game, definitely not the shades of the first game. They were, for the most part, they were on the back foot. There were small opportunities where they saw that they had a good way to kind of go forward, but little mistakes like not checking the bush, not making sure, absolutely cost them. A great game, though, by both teams.
A great game indeed coming in from both teams. Match point for DJB, but for Flash Smileadon, we love a comeback story, right, Private? We want them to be able to kind of regain their composure and really think methodically. What have we seen so far in the past 2 games from DJB? What are some ways that we can actually improve and gain that victory and regain our synergy and kind of prove to everyone that why they are the top 2 teams in this open qualifiers?
Well, I think we talked about it a little bit, unless I'm misremembering. I'm pretty sure DJB initially sent in the qualifiers, DJB initially sent Flash Smileadon down to the lower bracket. So they know what they need to do to defeat this team. But on the other end of that, like I said, Flash Smileadon was able to come from the lower bracket, claw their way back up, and get to that secondary spot as well over DJB. So both of these teams know what it takes to defeat each other. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that maybe we, as a whole, gonna go ahead and put Pay. We're gonna go ahead and put him on the shelf a little bit. Let him shine, just shine him up there. He's looking pretty. Let him sit up there for a little bit. Think about things for a little bit, and maybe. I mean, I know both of these teams have the ability when it comes to the assassins, those Lunas. We've seen Jing, the abuse that we've been seeing with the Jing. I'm thinking that definitely needs to be taken off the field. If I'm Flash Smileadon, taken off the field or used by us.
Yeah, I mean, the teams will have some time for themselves to think about what they want to do with the Jing, what they want to do with the pay, here. And for us, we'll take a short break and come back stronger for the next game.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
And now we're back. Just as you thought that you had a little bit more time to grab your popcorn, grab your drink, sit your ass down, we're back, guys. Liz in private, ready to cast the next game. The match defining point for DJB. Can they drive this ride all the way home?
Yeah, I feel like they need to, especially if you want to carry that momentum. If you're going to be first place, if you're going to be able to beat a team like DYL, you're going to need to kind of get that momentum. I feel like if you can get that 3 up on Flash Smileadon, that is what you're going to want to do. It's going to be interesting. I'm very eager to see where these teams are going to go. We had a little bit of a longer stretch for that break. Hopefully these teams are now aligned and ready. But I hear that we are ready to jump right into it.
Oh, they are aligned and ready, and we're jumping right into the third game, the match-defining game for DJB. They're thinking methodically of what to ban, and it looks like DJB has continuously banned out the Dharma. They don't want to deal with that Dharma. They don't want to deal with the CC, the Wombo combo. No, that's not what they want for today's games, as that will be the first ban off the map. I mean, a lot of choices still. Chicha off the map.
Yeah, the big thing we haven't, especially when it comes to some of the higher tier dare I say, higher tier teams that are used to kind of going to KMW, used to being high on the peak games. The bans are kind of the ban priority is a little bit different. DJB here has been focusing, this is what they focused on in the first game too, Dharma and Guan Yu. They wanted that off the map because of the potential, I want to say the potential that these things have during team fights, the initiating factor that you can have, and especially the way Guan Yu can kind of upset compositions from the back line. Now we're going to lose an unbridled outburst for the side of Flash Smileadon. They are tired of seeing that, which has been super effective for a lot of these teams. What we were going over before, we don't have the global draft, so you're going to be able to kind of go back into that well over and over again unless you ban it out. But by banning it out, you leave some things open. This Arlie, for one, DJB going to pick that up very quickly.
Oh, Channel right away. The response.
Yeah, it wasn't too effective, the Arlie, when it came to Flash Smileadon. So they're not too concerned about it, but DJB in the hands of Immortal, we'll see how well that kind of goes out. But you're right, Chano out there as well with the Didian.
Yeah, the response come in fast for the side of Flash Smileadon. I mean, Arlie, we've seen DJB play out so well in the marksman position. So now with the Arlie picked Lockdown and a Luna, it's great that they picked more of a utility mage, or actually still considering what to put on the map. But on the side of Team Flash Smileadon, they might want to lock in or at least think about what they want to respond to the early. Apart from
pretty interesting. For me right now, when I'm looking at this, we're taking off all the big hitters when it comes to the roaming. They want to take. We were just talking about how strong Lapu and Zhang Fei have been so far when it comes to team synergy, setting potential, initiation, their tankiness. Now both of them taken off the board as Flash Smileadon wants to kind of reset the entire, I want to say, composition here. I do like what we have on the side of DJB. They were kind of thinking about a Yishin as well to kind of put up there, but HoK ended up picking up the Foodzy. It's going to be interesting to see how well that's going to play in. I did like the Lishin or the Yushin coming in on the mid lane, because that would help out with the Luna to be able to kind of keep them all in one spot while the Luna use that ultimate to dash back and forth between them as we go on through the rest of this draft.
I mean, I think for the side of Flash Smileadon, Xiao Chao will be a good for the mid lane, but they don't have as much response for the Luna, right? Liang could also be a potential pick to actually have something to respond to the Luna, but with both Arlie and Luna on the map, they really have to think about what to pick for the next mage, as well as the side lane. I mean, it does seem like Charlotte is what they decide to lock in.
Yeah, for me, unfortunately, when it comes to a Liang, I feel like he teams up well with another AoE CC'er like Princess Frost or Lady Shin. So once you get that lockdown with Liang, you have somebody else there that's going to get more CC and lockdown on there to be able to punish Luna. I don't think Liang by himself is going to be able to punish the Luna by himself, is going to be able to punish the Arlie without the damage backup that you need. And you've already selected your roam, so that's going to leave those two combos out.
Lock that Mozi in. You need something like that to have the front line and have that protection, right, for the Luna. And I like the Easting pick as well. It's more of a utility mage, allowing the Luna and Arlie to kind of get to that power spike. Haya is a consideration coming in from the side of Flash Smileadon. They are looking quite squishy, although Flowborn Tank is a good front line, but it seems like now I don't know how much Haya can actually do against the Luna.
It's going to come down to how well this team is going to be able to kind of come back and realize once Zero dives in on you, it's going to come down to Flowborn. It's going to come down to Charlotte. Are you going to be able to get that CC on your back line to protect them, to peel for them, and then have your team go ahead and focus down on them. It's gonna be very interesting. I kind of am leaning towards the Luna a little bit, just because I feel like it's a lot easier to say, hey, we're gonna CC her as soon as she comes in, than to actually do that during a game when you've got so many different aspects coming in at you.
Yeah, I think DJB throughout this series, especially against Flash Smileadon, they're really drafting by the textbook. They understand how to have a balanced composition. And every game so far, they've shown us that they are drafting with a really balanced comp, and they know exactly when their power spike is. And let's see if they can carry that out through this last game, potentially last game for them, Private.
Yeah, game point here for DJB. And with that, Zero's going to be on the Luna. I do like the composition that they have here. We're going to see a Flash Smileadon's plan here. They took off a lot of tanks. They didn't want to see any more. Even the Lian Po caught a stray for no reason. Well, I mean, he got a stray because he's probably one of the better tanks with CC. And that's something that's Flash Smileadon has been having a big problem of. Speaking of big problem, 3 members here putting the hurting onto KT and the stun for good measure. I'm gonna tell you, there are a few things that are as annoying as a Motzi tossing out a stun randomly and you just walking across and just catching that for no reason.
But I gotta give it to Immortal. So much confidence. I mean, even before his team was moving their way down to the farm lane, as an Arlie up against a Chano that's supposed to lane really well against Arlie in the laning phase at least, she was able to go so aggressive and actually push Chano and push a Diadea back to their tower and actually take down so much damage as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me here, Haya, that does a really good job of lane clearing. Oh, actually, as we're talking about that, Big Papa comes under 0, does get the marks on. He actually might be in trouble here. He's gonna have to get himself away. HoK in trouble, tried to help out. Is it gonna be enough? Does have his marks up there, but does not want any of this fight. That's gonna be 1 kill for Flash Smileadon. And Turtle in trouble. Demon Cat wants this fight, so does the Mage, but not going to be able to find that. They are backing up. Very interesting fight there. Unfortunately, I feel like it was very early for Zero to kind of dive in there. That fight definitely did not go his way.
Yeah, but it definitely shows that Flash Smileadon is coming back stronger this time, more decisive and making more plays in the early game with securing himself 1 kill already.
Yeah, but I feel like this is gonna set Zero behind a little bit more than he wants to. You barely get any healing coming from the jungle, so you're gonna have to clear out a lot. You're not gonna be able to go into any engagements. He's still at half health and he's trying to clear out the jungle, trying to find more and more minions he can to get himself back to full health. He's not gonna be in the fighting shape for at least a few 30 more seconds. And that was just kind of a very interesting choice coming from DJB, especially for something that is as squishy as Luna.
And that's exactly what Flash Smileadon should be doing up against Luna. You don't want them to have a great time farming in early game. You don't want Luna to be comfortable in her position. You kind of want to be able to at least try to contest every single buff, every single objective, and invade its jungle as much as you possibly can, right?
Yeah, right now, just a little bit of a gold lead there for Flash Smileadon. I was going to say before, I was actually kind of curious as to where Haya was going to be fitting into this composition. You've got a lot of mobility coming from these members of DJB. The Luna, you're not really going to be able to catch. Eternal probably is going to be a big target for you. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about the Luna?
I'm not questioning you, Private. I fully believe, but sometimes as long as she's able to even catch her, even if you do a trade-off up against Luna, it's still almost worth it if your team is fast enough to react to it, right?
Well, yeah, it just depends. I feel like the Luna, the dashing that Luna, because you have to have, especially when it comes to Haya, you need to have your ultimate on them for about 3 seconds before you can take them to your domain. Luna's going to be able to kind of get out of, oh my God, that was so quick. Flash Smileadon absolutely annihilated that Tyrant. That was a very quick one. And this might be shades of how this game is going to be going. We don't have any fights coming from DJB. They're not able to find an opportunity, now spreading out the gold lead by about 1,000, and they're not even even able to get the Overlord. You saw them start on it, and then the vision coming up from Lilu, who decided they were just going to go ahead, engagement coming here. Board is on the ground. Are they going to be able to find it? Down goes the Diadea. Mwaji in trouble here as the Haya put in the boot slam. Is it going to be enough to come back? The rest of the team is out there, and down goes. It looks like that was Mwaji that gets taken out. Charlotte able to answer back. Zero is down. 2-2 down right now. They don't care. They're going to continue on it. Demon Cat in trouble. Taken out by Immortal, who might have something to say about it as Lilu comes in with more damage onto the Arlie. 4 down, 4 to side of DJB. A complete team wipe. Flash Smileadon have found their rhythm.
They have found their calling this game. They're playing a completely different game as before, and we see that Haya actually be able to sustain itself in that arena enough for the team to follow up and react to it.
Yeah, Luli there absolutely dominated, picked them apart one by one, able to take them down even when they thought they had I want to say the advantage there. 4-6 right now. Cannon Blast comes out from God trying to protect this tower. Board is out underneath the tower, and that is going to be it for Luli. KT going to have to try to get himself away. Immediately found a death onto Coke, but that's going to be it for the Mage of Flash Smileadon. On the back end, KT is going to go ahead, dodge himself a Cannon Blast. 3 members coming in on a 2-0, and that is it for the Luna. 6-8 right now. We were talking before about less kills and the big macro. These guys are coming with a vengeance.
They've tried the macro game. They tried the macro game in the past 2 games, and they're like, this game is it's do or die, right? This is the moment where Flash Smileadon even have a chance to continue their journey in this week's tournament. So they don't want to let anything go in this game, and they're doing exactly that. And Private, you told me you're a one-trick Haya, so I mean, is this Haya playing at a different game right now?
Well, I do like the way Haya's going right now. They didn't even go for the venomous staff. They're immediately going for that damage, that AoE damage that they want. And this is what I like to see. This is what I've talked about before. When you're a Haya, as soon as you get that ultimate, immediately you need to be grabbing people. You need to be taking them to the domain. You need to be making sure that you're making quick work of them. And even though I think it was the first one that they grabbed, it wasn't a kill in the domain. It was enough to get the team ready to get in great position. It allowed Luli to get in there and finish the job. And then after that, another kill there by Mwaji. This is just, I want to say, a high kill game. Both of these guys doing a great job of just kind of finding these opportunities and not backing down. I feel like there's a little bit of a bloodlust going on right now for Flash Smileadon. They did not like those 2 early losses.
And they're coming back stronger than ever with this game. And like you mentioned, for the Haya, sometimes and many times in the competitive scene especially, you can't really kill exactly in the domain, especially if they're not low enough. But what's important is you disrupted the enemy's setup, and you're able to kind of have your team follow up once you're both out of the domain.
Yeah, really interesting. You already have the Twilight stream there for the Haya. So yeah, they've definitely gone for the burst damage rather than on the side of Eternal, who I dare say you don't really rely on the damage of the Yixing. You're waiting on that ultimate to kind of play into lock down players. So you're providing more of a support role for them. Big ball of damage coming in here from Flash Smileadon at the bottom lane. They do find a knockup. That might be it for God, looking for a dash away. Board is out, but misses all of the members of Flash Smileadon, all while you have that Overlord tanking on to your base.
The big up against the dragon, not able to push down the middling tower.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate right now. Zero having a lot of problems right now, being able to kind of connect and get where they want to be. 29 to 27K right now. As we look at the Luna, is at about 6.4K right now. But when you look at Luli, Charlotte, 7.6K gold right now for Flash Smileadon. And I'm not surprised, especially with how some of these early game kills went into Luli's pocket. So very interesting. board out on the ground. Demon Cat in trouble. That might be it as he's dashing back and forth and cleaned up by Eternal. The rest of them, KT in trouble, gets taken down. 2 on the board, and that might be a mid tower for the side of DJB from the flank. Luli comes in from the flank, decides against that fight, I believe. We have a mage down. Mauji, I don't know what happened. Maybe she died in her realm, but out of nowhere, just on the ground. Spawned back 9-8.
9-8 at the 10-minute minute mark, and now they're heading straight for that tower, knowing that the enemy team have so many men down, right? And with a team like DJB, one team fight is all they need.
God, DJB, just every single time I get it, I'm just like, oh man, this is looking bad for them. They're able to turn it around. They're able to 2 kills already, and Flash Smileadon is on the back foot and at a gold deficit. They were just 2K up. Now they're 1K down right now. Now we're gonna probably be seeing an aggression here as DJB looking. Are you gonna be able to look for a fight, or are you gonna go for this Overlord? Looking like they're gonna try to put the pressure onto the tower. Big cannon blast does land onto Mauji. Board is out underneath the tower. Arlie able to find a kill onto 1. 2 members are still there. They go into the back line. They're still able to find Eternal. HoK in trouble, dodging, ducking, diving. He cannot find his escape. He gets taken out. That is 2 down for the side of DJB. That's gonna open up this. This Overlord for the side of Flash. Smileadon 0. He's doing it again.
0 is doing it again.
Oh, but they signed it. They learned from the last time. They're not gonna be made a fool of again. And down goes the Motzi. 0 has to get out of there. Down to 10% is the Overlord, and that is going to be a clean pickup of an objective for Flash Smileadon.
Yeah, Arlie kind of moved his way back into the mid lane a little bit too fast and not kind of providing that support enough on time for the Luna, because if Arlie was actually closer towards that Overlord, they might have actually been able to steal it.
Yeah, and that's going to be unfortunate for the side of DJB. They had the advantage there as soon, but once they got, I want to say, a little too deep, a little too greedy onto the enemy side, Flash Smileadon, they were able to turn it around without much room for an escape. You can see now we do have the Mask of Agony picked up by Yixing, so you're going to be able to get a lot of that AoE damage once that board starts going down there, but kind of a little bit behind when it comes to the goal. Arlie doing a great job, 9.2. Ooh, we are in the domain. Are we gonna be able to find a kill here? Mauji just trying to survive here, using those second abilities to kind of keep that shield up and find themselves an escape. Both enemies able to find themselves an escape, DJB and a Flash Smileadon. So Mauji finds the escape. A little bit of a pause here though, but a great, man, this is this is the game you want to see. It's not the most strategical, very quiet move on to the tower. It's just everybody they threw down in the middle of the ring and they just started throwing punches at each other.
They started throwing punches right from the beginning, and now we are back. We're out of the pit. They're able to escape, and now we're in the mid lane with the Overlord crashing in.
Yeah, Overlord is here, but they're not really making too much pressure on the side of DJB to the point that they're not going to be able to clean up these Overlords very cleanly. It's still anybody's game, as we have seen from these. It just takes one mistake. So both teams, I think, understand this. They're trying to be a little bit more careful. Well, I say that as it's a 10-11 game here. Both teams have been kind of just all over the place, but they have to understand that as you get here to the 13-minute mark, as we start getting later and later, it's just going to take one mistake, one person to go down. Ooh, they tried. You see on the side that KT tried, 80 tried to come in as well, but they weren't able to find the mark. They're just looking for a mistake coming out from DJB, and I'm pretty sure DJB looking for the same thing here as well. Diving in from the flank here, onto the side, Multi comes in. Ooh, it gets bursted down by the Luli. As the Chado finds a kill on to Immortal, as well. Down goes God. There's only 2 more. Zero and Eternal are left. Down goes a Zero. Eternal running for the hills back at the base, and this might be the turnaround that the side of Flash Smileadon we're looking for. I'm assuming there might be a board around this core.
Oh no, nothing,
Nope,
nothing
not
we
even.
can do here.
Yeah, not even gonna try for the board around the core, and that is going to be a turnaround. Flash Smileadon answering in game 3 with a victory our own.
I mean, they got the match point that they wanted, but not the results that they expected, right? DJB right now a little bit behind, but still at a points advantage, and Flash Smileadon playing a completely different game this time.
Yeah, Luli absolutely dominated on this Charlotte. I feel like that one fight absolutely turned this around for DJB, where the Mauji was able to kind of pick up somebody. They didn't get the kill inside their realm. As soon as they spawned back out onto the battlefield, Luli was right there to clean up. I believe got almost like 4 kills there, and that absolutely turned this game around on DJB, as they were never able to really catch up. Even those really sussy shenanigans coming from Zero trying to get the steal again on that Tyrant. But this time, Flash Smileadon showing that they were able to adjust. They learned from their mistakes. They checked all the bushes before they completed and were able to catch the Luna out.
Yeah, and Flash Smileadon right now, they're kind of gaining their momentum back, right? To have a comeback against DJB, it's almost more encouraging than DJB having a win streak and now having it broken.
Yeah, and I feel like that plan of taking out a lot of the tanks paid a lot of dividends for the side of Flash Smileadon. There wasn't a lot of, once that you took out a lot of that CC, you allowed somebody like a Charlotte to dive in on your team, get away. And basically, I feel like almost doing what the Luna was supposed to do for your team, dashing in, getting a lot of that damage, a lot of the CC that was put down. And man, Luli, just an absolute star for that game, carrying their team to their first victory and possibly upsetting the momentum of DJB in this series.
Yeah, and a Flowborn tank actually pairs really well, matches really well up against some of these more assassin heroes like the Luna, right? So for Luna, this game, it was actually quite difficult. It's quite a game to play. There's not many squishies that you can really just annihilate on your own. You need your team's help, but their team is just not tanky enough to kind of have that sustain and drag it towards their favor.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this next game happens. It's still game point. There's still the pressure on to the side of Flash Smileadon. DJB sitting a little bit comfortably, but they have to know with that loss, it takes away a little bit of their momentum. We're taking a look here at the schedule. DJB 2-1 over Flash Smileadon right now. A game point for DJB, or can Flash Smileadon tie this series up? Winner of that series will take on the current #1 place in the NAKA BYL. They're waiting patiently down there for the winner.
They're waiting patiently and they're learning from the game, hopefully from DJB versus Flash Smileadon, with DJB not a force to be reckoned with, but Flash Smileadon coming back with the last game.
Yeah, a very exciting game so far. And I want to say, if we're going to have a game with such action, that's what I wanted the third game to be. A lot of action, especially with what these guys are fighting for.
$1,000 cash prize and $10,000 tokens is all for the winners. So if you're able to get this week, you're walking away with a good cash for your team.
Yeah, especially once a week, you're gonna have, every single week, you have another opportunity to work your way up here to get that $1,000 and get those 30,000 tokens as well. So it's a lot of cash that's on the line here right now. And you can see that both Flash Smileadon and both DJB are fighting tooth and nail to be the ones to claim it, especially the first ones to claim it for this week.
Yeah, and Flash Smileadon fighting their way back in this series, and DJB wanting to put the nail on that coffin, but wasn't able to complete that in the last game. And now they really have to kind of recuperate and regroup and think about how they're going to close the series out.
The one thing I feel like, though, is that the draft played a huge role. I feel like that kind of came as a surprise to DJB. Once all of those roams got banned out, they were kind of on the back foot with like, oh, what are we gonna do here? Maybe now that they kind of have that in their mind that this is a possibility. We have a possibility of not having a Lapu, not having a Zhang Fei, not having the Lian Po, any of those huge tanky roams that we like to go with. We need to have a plan that kind of offsets that. Possibly maybe we go with the Ogren and a support role in there. Here they just kind of felt like they were on their back foot, especially when it came, they leaned so heavily on those support roles for their CC that once those were taken off there wasn't enough CC on their composition to stop something like a Charlotte. And that's why Luli just had such a great and amazing game.
Or maybe we can potentially see a Zhang Fei first pick. We kind of saw that with DJB's games in the previous series up against the teams that they fought in phase 1 and phase 2. So this might be a different kind of strategy that they're going this time, because they have a lot of experience with the different heroes. So let's take a look at their lineup once again. For Flash Smileadon, we have Liuli in the Clash lane, Demon Cat, and in the jungle, Muaji in the mid lane, KT on Roam, and Forest taking down his Forest in the farm lane.
Yeah, big lineup there. We were talking about Liuli, who had a great game in the Clash lane, but looking across the way from them, DJB Club, we've got Benuli on the Clash lane, Zero in the jungle, Eternal bringing up the mid lane, God on the Roam, and Immortal in the farm lane. Blankman, I don't believe we've actually seen Blankman yet this series. I'm not sure where he goes on this lineup, but this is still very strong of DJB. A strong lineup that they've had here. Zero has just done an exceptional job in the jungle, just got really shut down in the last one. Like I said, I feel like that was a composition kind of came as a surprise to them when they saw that. And that's kind of the difference too, especially this is something that you're gonna have to learn as you start moving up in HoK, is to be as flexible as you can when it comes to these compositions, when it comes to having some heroes taken out there, especially as we don't use global bans, but eventually that will come to when you start moving up those ranks in HoK.
Yeah, especially when you're moving in towards an international stage where it's gonna be global ban. It really depends on your tactics and also your hero pool. And that is when Team Smileadon have the experience, right? They were the KMW representative of North America. So they had that experience going the global ban and kind of drafting around it and learning different heroes and having a big hero pool. So we have to see if DJB is able to match that.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me. I'm wondering if we're going to kind of see some of the bans. We've seen when it comes to the bans that Chicha, not as prioritized when it comes to some of these matches. They're kind of letting it out there. They're like, whatever. And in fact, I think there was a point where we've seen it not banned and not picked. One of the heavier bans right now has been the Dharma, which, as we know, has such a great ability to kind of get to the back line, get those stuns and those setting potentials to really offset a lot of these team fights. When it comes to the side of Flash Smileadon, they're big on those CC roams. They want to take those off the board. They want to have the free flow to be able to get to that back line.
Yeah, and as we're talking about Dharma, let's see if he's on the ban list once again in the next game as we jump into the draft. So looking at it, looks like Luna is indeed banned on the side of Flash Smileadon. They were able to beat it, but they don't want to deal with it again. Interesting
bans here too. The Gouda taken off the board out of nowhere. I don't even think that's kind of crazy to me, is where that even came from, because it hasn't been used, it hasn't been banned. I do know that it does have like that great offensive power, very tanky, and then once you get into that mid game, you've got like a lot of firepower on you. Of course, Dharma taken off the board. He's just not going to see the light of day when it comes to either of these two teams. But now Zhongfei picked up for the side of Flash Smileadon, Nua picked up for the side of DJB, and we're kind of trying to decide where we're going to go with our roam pick.
And we were talking about the Zhongfei for the first pick, but actually Flash Smileadon picked it instead of banning it and kind of denying it from DJB. But you were talking about the odd one. It looks like they heard you, Private. DJB locking in that odd one, paired it with the more of a late game mage for Eternal.
Yeah, which is gonna be interesting. Did we lay a trap on the side of the Flash Smileadon where we're just like, oh, we're gonna ban out those big tanks again? So they're like, all right, we're just gonna go with the Ogryn and we're gonna go with the healer as our roam. Meanwhile, on the side of Flash Smileadon, we're gonna go with a normal, typical tank, heavy damage, and CC, and then go with the assassin pickup, where you're going to be able to maneuver around the map a lot quicker than DJB is. It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm predicting possibly that assassin pickup by the side of Flash Smileadon here. Lady Shen, we haven't seen her a lot in this game. She's going to be bringing up that mid for the side of Flash Smileadon. Guan Yu taken off the board again by DJB.
Yeah, they decided not to take it. I guess they're banning it to avoid dealing with too many tanks, especially, I mean, with the Lady Jen, she's actually really good up against something like an odd one, right? With so much crowd control in her abilities and the utility that she brings for her team. Looks like we do have a Flowborn Marksman. Very scary into late game if you can actually get to late game, but we've seen how strong Immortal is, especially in the laning phase towards the end. So she's confident in that Flowborn.
We'll have to see how well we can set up Arlie on this 80 on this Arlie for Flash Smileadon. We've seen from the first game, not exactly the greatest plays that we saw from the Arlie. In fact, I want to say in each engagement, I feel like Arlie was one of the I don't want to say disappointing. We're going to use flowery words like the interesting, or but in a lot of the engagements from that first game, DJB, they were able to find Arlie within the first 2 kills of a lot of those engagements. Even when they lost the engagement, Arlie was like the one that was always punished for it. So we'll see how well that kind of comes out here. A big Flowborn pickup by the side of DJB. Ooh, and then Ambrosia. Very interesting. So we're going to try to deny I want to say the initiation tools coming from the side of Flash Smileadon, because you're going to be able to use that ultimate from her to kind of get that invulnerability.
Mei Yan is still there for the map, but it does look like Jing is what they chose and Jing is what they locked in. A very strong pick, especially when you have more of a utility mage like Lady Jen. It allows the Jing to kind of farm a bit more towards the early game. And Byron is what they're considering. What is the response here now for Private?
Yep, and here goes the assassin pickup like I thought they were going to do here. So you're going to have a lot of mobility coming from the side of Flash Smileadon here. You've got the CC. I like the amount of CC that we have, or are we... I guess we're gonna wait until I say it. So I maybe don't like honestly, depending on his last pick, I may or may not like the amount of CC that we have on the side of DJB, because I feel like we're actually lacking a little bit of that, which was a key factor for the last game for DJB, where I felt like they were having a lot of issues. Here, if they have no CC, you're gonna have an Arlie, you're gonna have a Jing.
Good. But it seems like they're considering Motzi as a Private.
Yeah, Motzi, I do like Motzi a little bit better, just because you do have the CC to be able to lock down. Otherwise, you have nothing to lock down any of these mobile heroes, Jing, Arlie, to be able to kind of lock those heroes down. There's nothing to kind of even be able to kind of land into the background right now.
But I almost feel like a Donghwan would have had more of that suppression and target CC up against something like a Jing, but I guess they have their own thinking, right? And this game, let's see if Motzi can actually make more of an impact towards the enemies, as this will be a very important game for the momentum of DJB and for Flash Smileadon to actually regain their positioning into this match. And Private Dancer, we're ready for the next game, so dance us into the next game.
It is a best of 5 here. We have a 1v2. Flash Smileadon have 1 point. DJB have 2. DJB sitting at game point here. You can already see the big focus coming in here at mid. 3 members here trying to put the pressure on already. God, way up in front. Tried. Ooh, you can already see the big damage coming out there. Actually, is this going to be an Arlie at... No, Arlie at mid lane?
I think Arlie was trying to get some extra farm in the mid lane before rotating down towards her lane, but it does seem like Nuwa saw that coming and then really... Oh my goodness.
Oh, down goes the Arlie 80 underneath the tower. What pressure coming out from DJB in the opening minute. Find Arlie, like, go back to your lane. You don't belong here. That's what DJB is saying.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw this play actually in the recent international tournament. We saw professional teams do this when they had a Lady Jen and a Arlie in the team, but it does seem like they weren't able to connect. The Arlie actually got shut down. You don't want to have that happen to you, especially when you're an Arlie that needs that early game farm and needs a smooth early game to actually get to your power spike.
Yeah, which is really interesting, especially when you're sitting there with KT on a Zhong Fei that can consistently pressurize you, give you the shield that you need, and 80 still went down. Dare I say, maybe Arlie might be another one of those ones that can join Pei on the shelf for a little bit before we bring that out right now, because I feel like 80's just been having so many problems. Right now, DJB just absolutely has their numbers. Down at the bottom, you can see Amaji trying their best on the bottom lane over there as we move into the second minute.
I mean, I'm sure Arlie did not intend to kind of stay in that mid lane for so long and not getting killed especially, but it kind of, you took that shot and it didn't go the way that they wanted.
Yeah, even there, 80 taking a bulk of that damage down to about 25%. I feel like maybe we're a little... DJB just are really big on the targets. They're able to focus you down. They are very punishing of you when you slide yourself out of where you're supposed to be movement wise. And 80, I dare say, is just a little bit more unrestrictive on their movements. They get a little wild with it, take some chances that maybe they shouldn't, especially on an Arlie who is very squishy, who you really want to get fed. You don't want them to be taking so much damage and now actually being pushed back from their lane.
Yeah, and especially when you have something with such long hands like a Nuwa, you're almost guaranteed they're going to be bursted down if you're not careful, especially when they notice you just popping your way nakedly in the mid lane. And Arlie is already rotating back to the mid lane trying to get more farm, but she's already put in a disadvantage.
Yeah, and here it's very interesting too. You got Immortal on the Flowborn, who's got that great amount of distance. In comes Eternal. Big push up there, lands onto Luli, but are we going to be able to find ourselves an escape? Misses the combination, does Eternal, so a lot of that damage basically missed from the Byron. Luli does a great job sidestepping it and getting back to protect their tower.
Yeah, with the itemization change this season, I mean, Nuwa is not considered, I would say, the best mage, but then we've seen how strong it is, how meta it is in this tournament at least, being able to have so much mobility and control over the map, as well as CC, putting pressure on the enemy side.
Oh, this might be where we call it. So we have the objective, big first team fight. So we have Unbridled Outburst comes out. They're chasing down the members of DJB. Are they going to be able to find it? Down goes God. Mauji actually in a little bit of trouble. It's going to have to disengage from the fight as KT and Demon Cat focus down onto this Tyrant. That's going to be picked up by Demon Cat. A great fight and a great turnaround for the side of Flash Smileadon.
So this is what happens when you have a Jane, the hero like Jane, light the Luna and have no response for it, right? Like nothing to really catch it by surprise and really take it down, just allowing Jane to kind of dance its way through and also having so much mobility, right? So that's what happens when you have no response to it.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. Jing sitting at 3.9, Argon sitting at 3.5. Ooh, a little bit of an engagement here too now. Do have the Conductor of Souls slamming down, does take down Luli, and the mirror image. Is that going to be enough to take down Zero? They're chasing him down. Demon Cat might be in trouble. Oh, gives them the slip. Is that going to be enough? 4 members is going to be more than enough to take down auto attack. Oh, Demon Cat gets away, and they turn it around, take down Eternal, and just like that, like a thief in the night, able to find themselves and escape. A Demon Cat.
Well, I will be taking Jing off the map every time in rank when I see it, because that is not something you want to deal with when you have no response, right? Jane, 4-man chasing her and still able to escape with a sliver of health.
Yeah, Jing has just been one of those picks right now that have been more than worth their weight in gold in what they are able to bring to the battlefield. On either of these teams, both Flash Smileadon, both DJB have great players when it comes to Jing. Demon Cat and Zero just do such great jobs. We're going to see how well that kind of translates into it. I feel like Flash Smileadon doing a great job when it comes to kind of the macro. However, it did allow the Overlord to go over to DJB, so they're going to be able to have a little bit of that pressure onto some of these towers.
Yeah, they have to play by the objective in this game, right? And it really allowing the Flowborn to get some farm towards the late game and pushing it back a little bit. Whoa, happening in the top lane.
Yeah, we have the ultimate coming out. Zero on the other side to help support their teammate. Cannon Blast comes out, hits Luli, who might be slowed a little bit, waiting to try to get down to 80. Another Cannon Blast goes just wide from the side of God. Another bit of Overlords coming down the lines there. Zero continuing on this fight. 2-2 for both teams, and a very, very close tie game. Even on the map, I want to say only one tower for the side of Flash Smileadon. They're looking to add another one here. As I say that, Annihilation Laser goes out, misses just wide. Is Zero going to go in for an aggression? He gets stopped very quickly by Mauji on that Lady Shen.
Yeah, but they're just rotating as a team this time, right? For private, for Flash Smileadon, they're 4-man going around the map and not trying to start team fights, but trying to get every objective that they can, while Jane just roams around the map and might get caught here.
HoK getting a little greedy here, I feel like. Down to about 30% health and battling it out between 2 members. He just definitely just wants to protect that tower. He doesn't want to give it up. A nice Annihilation Laser comes out there. Mousy in a little bit of trouble. Needs a run back to the base. And that's going to be it for the mage on Flash Smileadon. Right now sitting at 2-2 apiece. God comes in, does find himself a bit of a stun. Another push coming in, protected by Luli. Great job by both of these teams here. You can see at the 8-minute mark, 23 to 24K. No big gold deficits, but DJB looking to put some pressure onto this mid tower. Mirror image has been put onto the ground, and Demon Cat makes short work of the minions.
Yeah, I mean, centering themselves around the next Tyrant, this will be an important objective for both sides, and whether or not Jing can actually contest this.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. Oh! Comes in, steals, collapses up on that Tyrant. That's going to give them a big damage boost, but it's now allowing DJB. They're going to be able to take that mid tower. It's going to open up the rest of the map. Mirror Domain on the ground. Ogren able to find a kill. Zero doing a great job. Mozi there as well, finding the kill. They pressure down, 3 down for the side of Flash Smileadon. Was the Tyrant worth it? And right now, Luli looking to try to even the odds here, is going to have to back up, and down goes the Arlie 80, gets taken out by an Annihilation, a complete team wipe by DJB. 5 seconds left for KT. Demon Cat has 2. They're not going to be able to get a major push here, but that definitely sets the tone for these fights.
the tone is set. With the Flowborn Marksman is actually probably has 2 to 3 items already and is coming online. You see how much damage she's able to do and how far her reach actually is. She's sitting pretty comfortably in her gold on the side of at 7k gold, 2k ahead of the early.
Yeah, and right now Immortal trying to put the damage on to this Tyrant at the bottom lane. Zero comes in for the help. There's not going to be much of a contention here. It does look like Flash Smileadon. They're going to go ahead and answer by trying to get the Overlord, but DJB going to be able to, looks like they're rotating quickly. They're going to try to get this Overlord from them as well. Demon Cat comes in. Demon Cat is down. A big pickup there by Eternal. Zero coming in for a kill as well. Actually, I think Zero, did he get the, Zero got the Overlord as well, and that might be the final nail in the coffin for Flash Smileadon. The rest of DJB now knocking on the door. You can see the Overlords starting to march down through all the lanes. Bottom lane is going to take the heaviest hit here as we are at 2 and 9. DJB absolutely turning this around. Flash Smileadon thought they could sneak in, get the Overlord while they knew the Tyrant was being taken, but DJB just bursted it down too quick, rotated so fast around the map, and absolutely made them pay.
And it almost seems like the small hiccup early game with the early really set the team back. And as we see Jing take down the marksman.
Yeah, that mirror domain comes in. Demon Cat able to find himself a kill. That's 2 down for the side of DJB. Actually able to maybe turn this around. The rest of DJB actually might need to be a little bit careful. Zero still on the side of their jungle. This is exactly what we saw happen to Flash Smileadon. They were knocking at the gates and it got turned around on them. However, DJB, I feel like, have a better sense for when a fight is not going their way and they're able to kind of back off quickly before they lose too many members. Where on the side of Flash Smileadon, I feel like most of these, when it happens with these fights, so many of them are just 100% all in, that when one person goes down, that domino, that domino, it just hits them so much harder.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Private. In the fights that we see DJB come on top, they're taking the members down one by one. But if they're really putting themselves in a whole team fight position, the Jiang Fei is going to do so much. Oh my goodness.
Annihilation! Absolutely wiped Mauji off the map. Now 80 running for the hills, blessing the stars, praying to all the gods he knows to try to get away from this fight as the rest of DJB in tow on the backside, looking to finish the job. They have a sight. Down goes the side of Luli, and that is 2 down for the side of Flash Smileadon. DJB turning this around again. Oh, and unfortunate for them, they lose that mid tower to a minion.
I gotta say, Jing has to be there in the team fight in order for them to come.
Mirror domain is not able to save them. And that is going to be a wrap. HoK takes the kill there as well. 4-13. DJB having one of the best games of, I want to say, this weekend right now. Out comes the cannon blast, trying to put the works on him. It's just 80. Yeah, 80 Luli are out there right now. Minions starting to come into the core. Oh, down goes Luli. Now the rest of the team comes in, finds the kill onto KT, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a wrap. DJB take the series.
DJB takes the series. What an incredible game coming in from DJB. A monstrous game performance that they've shown us so far, with the marksman doing so much damage, but Umbrosa put herself on the map. 1v1 against Jane, and she came on top.
Yeah, a great game here. DJB Club. There were some great plays there, especially by Demon Cat to get a lot of those mirror domains out, find the kills that they needed. Unfortunately, man, Eternal. I wish we had the replays, but those snipes, those annihilations, especially on 80. When you thought you were able to get away, 80, Mauji, Eternal just had some great snipes to kind of shut it down. And then once you lose that big pack of damage from yourself, it's pretty much a downhill roll from there.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as saying to put the Arlie up aside for the teams ahead, but definitely for 80, you might need to go back into your hero pool and pick out something else, right? That Arlie in the 2 games in this series did not go into her favor, and this game, that hiccup in the early game really costed the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. We've seen it. I feel like we were testing the waters a little too much against DJB Club with Arlie, to getting caught there, even with KT there to provide a lot of that shielding in the mid lane. It just wasn't enough, and the steamroll coming so such a well played game here, and vengeance, I want to say, for DJB, who will now be moving forward.
Vengeance is what they call for, and vengeance is what they got, as they will be facing up against the top team of the qualifiers. Can DJB actually continue their win streak throughout and really be the dark horse that we're waiting for in this tournament so far? So let's take a look at the standings right now, Private.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. I was actually wondering, are we gonna see DJB versus BYL? BYL, who has been waiting patiently, licking their lips, waiting for this best of 5. DJB, series-wise, undefeated so far. They did take that 1 loss. I mean, we can maybe scrub that one off a little bit, especially because they've been so dominant with their series. 1 loss this entire weekend out of all of the matches that they have played, and now moving on to BYL. Will that momentum be enough to carry them to victory here this weekend?
I mean, we know already that they really enjoy just playing the game itself. So that means that all these games that they've played so far have just been practice for them. And so they're in the hot seat right now. They're on a roll. And for their opponent, BYL, coming in, they must have had the practice in the past few days. They must be ready to face a monster like the DJB.
Yeah, it's interesting that you brought that up too. We talked a little bit about that when DJB, when they were waiting for their matches, you could find them in peak games. There's just a love, and that love shows through their dominance so far this weekend.
Yeah, and we'll see how the love shows up against the top team of the Open qualifiers in our next upcoming series as we take a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Yes, a man will always admire.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
And we're back, guys. We are back to day 2 of week 1, where we have phase 3 of the arena stage, and we just saw an epic matchup between DJB versus team Flash Smileadon, with DJB actually coming on top.
Yes, DJB definitely the victory. Going to be taken on BYL, and we've seen. I mean, we were just talking about it off cam. That we've been seeing so much of this team and the players on there, creating a story for them. As we can take a look at the schedule now, what we're going to be up against here. A completely undefeated as far as the series go. DJB have dominated this week, and now facing the #1 in North America right now, BYL, at least for the NAKA tournament, the North American Kings Arena. One will be left standing here, a best of 5 between these two titans, to see who will walk away with that prize pool, the $1,000 here this week.
Yeah, and we know about DJB. They are the ex-Chinese server top 100 players, and for BYL, they're the full roster consisting of the peak top 10 players. Now for DJB, once again, we have Noel in the Clash Lane 0 doing so much in the farm lane, showing us how strong he is. Eternal, a godly mage up in the mid lane. God7 ZZ2 as the roam, and Immortal in that farm lane, winning lane every game.
Yeah, it's gonna be very amazing there. Now moving on to BYL, we're gonna go with G Wishing. I'm hoping I said that right. Who will be in our Clash lane? A jungle will be 27. The mid lane will be taken up by Ice. Rome will be taken up by Xuan, and the farm lane, Xing. On the bench there will be 0-6.
Private trying his hardest to pronounce these names.
We said we didn't want the Chinese characters, that they had to come up with. They needed to use the alphabet. They used the alphabet, so they're there. I will do my best to call the names out there. But one of the things, just like these names are a little bit of a mystery to me, I want to say for a lot of our viewers out there, this team BYL, a little bit of a mystery. We haven't seen a game that they've played. Certainly, they've been in the background studying, taking notes on what they've seen here, coming from the challengers DJB. But are they going to need that momentum, or are they going to be that wall, that force that immediately stops the momentum of DJB running into this final series of best of 5?
I mean, as I was saying, they are some background information on BYL. They're the full roster consisting of peak top 10 players with 10 plus national champion hero titles. That sounds pretty intense. I mean, do they get to play their national champion heroes though?
Well, maybe that's the big advantage here and now, as we have like a regular draft instead of the regular global bans here. They're going to be able to get some of those heroes that they're very well on, and that's something that you're going to need to be aware of if you are DJB, especially because you have a best of 5. I feel like you get one game to kind of shake those cobwebs out, see what they're made of, and be able to adjust. We've already seen from DJB, maybe I want to say at this point, you have to wonder if the momentum is an advantage or if you're at a disadvantage because you've had so many games for your opponent to kind of look at, understand, and be able to kind of dissect.
Yeah, and Private, as we're talking about these teams, let's take a refresher at the tournament format. Yesterday, we had the Phase 1 games, and we were supposed to have the Phase 2 games, but we saw kind of a sneak peek into that with the round robin that we saw today. And then for Phase 3, it's going to be best out of 5. We saw intense best out of 5 just now, and we're going to see one more coming in today.
Yeah, I'm actually a very big fan of this format. Saturday we had the best of threes and then a best of one, which was supposed to happen for the round robin. All of this to say that we wheedled down the competition from our top 8 teams to just one final champion who will be standing tall when the smoke clears. That's going to be happening here in a moment. After this series is done, it'll be just one team be able to walk away with that prize and be claimed the victor for this week.
Let's find out who this victor will be and what they have in store for us as we walk ourselves into the first draft of this series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where we go with this. Immediately, oh, DJB, they're going to go ahead and take out the Chicha. We didn't even see the Chicha bands coming out when they took on Flash Smileadon. Maybe just the unknown. They don't know. Chicha by herself is just meta, and it's one of the most prio picks. But I feel like there are some people who just aren't great Chicha players, or teams that haven't really kind of settled into what Chicha can give to you. I do like the focus from BYL. We were just kind of talking about some of the standout players on the side of a DJB, Eternal being one of them. Zero is another great player there as well. So now we're going to focus on the mid lane, take out that Nuwa pick.
Yeah, taking down that Nuwa. Nuwa was doing so much in Eternal's hands, and now is going to be denied. But she, as a really good mage player, would definitely have a lot in store in the pocket. It does seem like BYL was watching the match really carefully, also taking away the Luna, some of this assassin jungler. But the Zhang Fei, as we were speaking about, goes into DJB's hands.
Yeah, very interesting too. I think that this is a great play by BYL. We've already seen DJB, a great assassin player from Zero. Whether it's the Jing, whether it's the Luna, he does a great job. So they're going to take out that top pick there. Maybe try to force him onto that Jing pick. We usually I feel like DJB usually likes to wait for those picks, for the assassin pickups or for those junglers. They like to leave it very flat. Oh, I was going to say they were going to leave him to the end, but no, they're going to immediately go on to Aguda, potentially. They always do this, and they change it right at the end, but this could be a very tanky lineup coming from the side of DJB.
It's very tanky, very macro-oriented. I mean, Aguda can do so much rotating around the map and then having that macro control in her hands. And we're gonna pair it up with a Lone in the hands of DJB. Very interesting, because we were just talking about why Aguda was banned in the previous matchup from Flash Smileadon. It does seem like maybe Zero is really competent in that hero.
Oh, I mean, for me, not just Zero. They've been banning it out. I want to say Flash Smileadon banned it out. What we thought was randomly from one of the last matchups. They just decided to
they
take
don't
it
like
off
how
the board.
it looks.
Yeah, they might understand something that we don't about Zero and there. But as we're talking about people and their proficiency on heroes, DJB Immortal on this Lung, which we have seen, who has been absolutely dominating on this marksman. Here are some heroes that we don't always get to see, especially coming on the side of a BYL. We do see Futsi taken off the board and the Ambrosia taken off the board as well.
And some of these bans coming in from BYL almost seems very targeted, right? The last game we see the Ambrosia on the side of DJB shining off, popping off, solo killing the Jane on the side of Flash Smileadon on this side. And this time it's taken off the map. And Baichi it's not something that I expected to see from BYL. I mean, they have national champion heroes. I'm wondering if Baichi and Heino could be one of them if they even decide to lock it down.
Yeah, Heino's going to be the big interesting thing for me. It's going to be a part of this composition that we haven't seen when it comes to strategy, the possible resets that Heino can do on the towers to be able to kind of give them a little bit of a more life when they're pushing on there. And I want to say it's an interesting call out, because I feel like DJB and Flash Smileadon, we noticed some kind of a few issues when it came to some of those final pushes, whether it came to kind of making sure that we weren't getting things turned around on us. I feel like that's a big weakness exploit there, especially that something like a Hano can really exploit the turnaround when it comes to some of these towers. We do have the fatigue picked up by the side of BYL.
Yeah, Fatih is still very dominant in this meta, I would say. A very all-rounded hero. But we do have a Dun locked in on the side of BYL Private.
Yeah, Dune picked up there. That's going to be their jungle. It's very interesting too, because we do have, I believe that we do have the idea. So you're gonna have a little bit of healing there. I kind of feel a little bit more comfortable when it's Adolia there, because you have the double ultimate coming out, but you have healing here coming in with that Dune, especially on the jungle. I'm not gonna lie, I love trying Dune jungle. I just am awful at him, so it always amazes me to be able to see people who are successful
Maybe you're
at being
awful at
able
jungling,
to yeah, that's probably true. Just an awful period. But yeah, we're gonna get right into this match. I'm really excited to see, especially because, like I said, for right now, DYL is that kind of question mark for us. How do they play? How does their macro stack up? I mean, they're #1 here right now for the NAKA, and is that gonna show through here against the team that has been so dominant this weekend?
And let's find out as we roll ourselves into the first game of this series. Right now, a lot of not much happening in the mid lanes so far.
Yeah, it's not the pressure that we usually see where it's a 3-man there to try to escort. Usually you get that with the Nua, because Nua just has such a slow early game that you want to try to help them out. You want to make sure that they're getting fed, they're getting what they need so that they can come online as early as possible. One thing I noticed too, especially with the Ganon Mo, played such a pivotal role in, I want to say, the match against N19, where they were able to just put on such an immense amount of damage. I usually like Ganon Mo paired up with some. Yeah, oh yes, exactly. Stealing the Tyrant. But for me, I usually, like I said, I usually like the Ganon Mo. I feel like teams, when they see the Ganon Mo, they're going to be a little bit more mobile. They're going to be moving around. They're going to be trying to dodge a lot of that. And I'm wondering if that's going to come into play here, or if you're going to be just as dominant. Eternal has been such a huge pivotal piece of the success of DJB this entire weekend.
Yeah, and with that, with the Aguro starting red first, I almost thought he was going to move up into the rotating up to the Flash lane first, but it does seem like contesting a little bit of the mid lane jungle, stealing some jungle camp and getting ahead in that sense. But rotated bot already done.
Yeah, Dune already rotates bottom, but very quickly on the draw is DJB. They clear out the minions, they back up very quickly, so they're able to kind of call it out to make sure that they don't get caught in a gank. On mid lane though, Hino doing a great job clearing out the lane. He's actually kind of waiting. He wants Dun to get fed. It's kind of like a little bit of a funnel strategy here that BYL is working with, where they're just kind of like sitting around letting these wishing in a little bit of trouble there. I'm not sure if it's a trap. It's one of those tricks. I fall for this all the time. I'm gonna tell you that right now, where they're so low under tower, but there's gonna be that ability that they have, that Fatih has, where he's gonna be able to kind of get a lot of his health back before you are able to do him underneath his tower.
Do him underneath his tower. you're dropping lines, Private. We do see that on the side of DJB. They have been trying this, like denying some early game farm, denying the minions, and we saw Mulan just standing in front of the minions and not letting Fatih hit. So now Fatih has to kind of go into the jungle and clear out some camps and ready for spawns here.
Yeah, you do see Zero up there at the top's going to be able to disengage it very well. HoK there on the other side too as well. They're kind of hanging around looking for an opportunity. But I want to say, like, especially this early in the game, the equal opportunities, the 2v2s, it's not really what you're looking for. As I say that, they're going to immediately go in there. Maybe because they had Eternal coming up from the mid lane, they knew they were going to have the 3v2 V2. They knew they were going to have the outnumber. However, just not able to pull the trigger to be able to put enough damage on. Ooh, as we say that, you see that 27 actually comes in from the side there, looking for a flank, but just not able to find the mark.
Yeah, not able to find a mark and rotating throughout the map. Not too many team fights happening in the early game, and both sides sitting at pretty much of an equilibrium in terms of gold.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead and start on the engagement here into the Tyrant here, who's down at about 50% here. You see both teams getting topped up there. Infinite Vastness has been activated for the Lung. Is it going to be enough? Dune able to take the Dragon, turning around this fight. Juan actually going to have to disengage from this fight, very low on there, and no worse for wear. Each team kind of read the situation. They were able to pick up the Tyrant, but not able to kind of really push the team fight. Thankfully for DJB, they weren't able to push that, and they were able to make their escape.
Yeah, I mean, Lone, looking at the bottom, he just needs to get his farm right and then start moving towards the late games. Very strong late game marksman as well, but we do have on the enemy side something even might be even stronger towards the later side of the game, but might be in a little bit of a danger top lane.
Yeah, HoK unfortunately got drawn in by that fight, did not see the flank coming, and that was going to be it for BYL, finding themselves a first blood here against DJB up in the Flash lane. And unfortunately for DJB, they're kind of starting to fall a little bit behind. Now that's going to leave the Flash lane open. They're going to be able to get a little bit more push onto that top and then transfer themselves down to the bottom, where they're going to try to exert even more pressure. 3v2 there. You can see God there on the side trying to get that vision, but he's going to be unable to stop. Unbridled Outburst actually comes out here. They're going to go ahead and try to maybe stop this push. I was just going to say they're not going to be able to stop it just yet. Look at the damage coming out from the side. 3v2 here. Ice joining the fight, and Jiwing Sui able to find the kill onto zero. Jiwishing. I'll get it right one time.
I mean, Private will continue trying, but I'm gonna stick with the Flowborn Marksman. It's sounding very nice in my tongue, and we've seen actually with every Flowborn Marksman we've seen so far, it's been doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's the range that they're able to exert out there, especially from the early game, just to kind of really keep the enemy marksman at bay. We're at 0-2 right now, just narrowly over a 1K gold lead for BYL. They're being very safe, very methodical here, one by one, trying to push into these towers. Look at the rotations immediately. As soon as they pick up the, I want to say, as soon as they're able to push the lane up at top, immediately teleport. They're just very methodical in how they move around the map.
Yeah, with the Flowborn Marksman sitting a little bit of a gold lead ahead of the Lone, right? But not too far apart, and both sides are still keeping the gold difference within 1,000.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing here. Are they going to be able to kind of come back from this? DJB, they're about 0-2 right now, looking at about a 2K gold lead. And for some, we have another engagement here. You can see the flank coming in, the Flowborn Marksman from the side. Taken out underneath his tower, even with the flash underneath his tower. Read there very quickly by Swing and taken out.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't been able to... another team fight coming in the mid lane. Ganamo taken down, Private.
Yeah, piece by piece, you can see DJB being taken down. The Aguda is next on the chopping block. Zero not able to find himself and escape. Now the pressure mounting. Even one minion, they're going to go ahead and tank this tower damage just so they can be able to kind of push through the mid. Now underneath the tower, Unbridled Outburst is out, competing with the Infinite Vastness. Is this the damage that they were looking for? Immortal. Very close to getting taken out there, even with the Infinite Vastness. BYL at the 7-minute mark have found their stride. The power spikes are live right now, and there is nothing DJB can do to stop it just yet.
Yeah, and every kill that they secured have been very strategic, right? They were able to trade off and secure objectives, secure towers or the Tyrant whenever they have a kill in their pocket, and that's exactly what we want to see with the top team performance.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, this is what you should expect when it comes to number one in the North American Kings Arena. And sitting pretty there is a BYL. 0-5 right now. Nary a mistake made by them. Still have their towers. Actually, as I say, nary a mistake. Top tower is going to be taken by minions. So maybe a little bit to work on when it comes to the macro. But I mean, it's something that they probably notice and just. Oh, speaking of which, you do find Adidia actually gets taken down. Now they're going to try to turn this around. On the back end of Fatih, Wishing gets taken down. 27 is right there to find the big pop-up Dune with the kill onto God. 0 is down as well. Now on the chase, the infinite vastness is out for Immortal. He's going to try to find himself and escape. Eternal is not long for this world. Hunted down by 27.
Oh, but so much damage coming in from Ching on that full-born marksman, allowing Dylan to kind of secure the kills and wipe the team out, right? So right now, BYL has the control of the map in their favor, and nothing that we're seeing so far can stop this Flowborn.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, how quickly the Flowborn was able to come online. It almost puts to shame a bunch of the other marksmen that we've been seeing, especially with the Arlie, who's been a little questionable depending on who it is going to now. BYL, yeah, who plays it? And now BYL going ahead, setting a nice little front line there so that they can try to push out and maybe take out this Tyrant. I think they're just trying to feed. They want this fight. They're trying to bait out this objective here, waiting for the side of DJB to come in. Oh, you do see a little bit HoK on the opposite side of the map. He's going to try to possibly take himself a little bit of a tower. Hopefully the rest of the team gets the memo and they back off. Yeah, doing a good job. God kind of on the front line there, trying to bait it out. They do not get the top tower, and HoK is going to have to teleport back to base.
Yeah, and right now, when we're sitting at the 11-minute mark and 8 kills on the side of BYL, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, even with the damage coming. Oh, we do have a nice unbridled outburst. They're gonna come in. Infinite vastness combination on the back line. Immortal comes in, looking for the kill onto Ice, who's looking for, has his ult out as well. Down goes Ice. Jay Wishing is the last one on the table, trying to fight for his life here. In comes 27. That's a big tanky boy. Are they gonna be able to pound him down to the ground? Eternal get the only one left. 3 members turned around on DJB. BYL, it was just Jay Wishing on the Fatih. It was just 27 on the Dune, able to turn this around, find 3 kills onto DJB, and now it is a 2v2.
Yeah, it was an even trade. DJB had their advantage in the beginning of the team fight, but BYL just shows why they're on the top caliber and able to come back from that, right?
Yeah, it's just amazing the way that they were. I was actually kind of questioning. I'm like, you're just going to stay in this fight? And they're like, bro, we are a Fatih and we are a Dune. We are going to stay into this fight until all of them are dead, trying to force the actual turnaround from a DJB here. Unfortunately, 5 and 11 right now for the side of BYL. DJB just not able to catch their breath here. As you can see again here, got in trouble, had the unbridled outburst out there again, getting stunned down. He has the shield uptick as well, but the damage is more than enough. He's gonna have to run back to the base. Looks like these towers are not long for this world. From the flanking position, you can see 27 on that Dune. Another kill from Fatih, able to take down Eternal. Was the star player this entire weekend, but Eternal has met his match. They have ironed onto him. BYL will not give him any breathing room.
Yeah. And for Eternal, he really needs to get that farm, right? And we're at this point in the game, they're sitting at a couple, I would almost say 5,000 gold deficit. So with a late game comp like they have right now on the side of DJB, they really need to find a way to kind of come back from that and drag out the game just a little bit longer in their favor.
Yeah, and the problem here is, though, we use a lot of our abilities, especially that unbridled outburst defensively. So God does not have enough to really get that, to really kind of offset the pushing that's done by BYL right now. So they're just suffering. They're waiting for that to come out there so that maybe they can try to wombo combo this down. 2 dragons down at the bottom tower here, getting crunched. And that is going to be all of the high grounds now. Core wide open as the team fights for its life. DJB at the 14-minute mark, looking for a target, looking for an unbridled outburst. You can see God finally has it. I wonder if they noticed it, because they, as soon as God got that unbridled outburst, I feel like the rest of BYL read that and they immediately disengaged. I think also the minions kind of dissipated from the core, so they knew that they didn't actually have any pushing power, immediately going for this tyrant to gonna make short work of it.
Yeah, with the base wide open on the side of DJB, they have no way to contest that tyrant, right? But there's still time for them. What Eternal really needs to do is to get that hit onto the Flowborn Marksman and take him out of the map before they can insert an immaculate amount of damage onto their team.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, BYL, this is all them. Minions starting to come from the mid and bottom tower. DJB trying their best to try to iron this out. Unbridled outburst is out there. I don't see the combo coming from the side. Oh, and you can see right there, immediately Eternal gets taken down 25%. And the first game in dominating fashion, BYL comes away clean.
Well, a clean game coming in from BYL. Immediately from the beginning of the game, they showed why they're the top players, right? They showed, they gave us some unexpected picks, but they proved to us why these picks work in their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, amazing game there by BYL. Unfortunate, DJB Club, I mean, met their match. They did exactly what they needed to be able to kind of shut down the big damage dealers in Immortal and Eternal. They were always on the chopping block. It was very quick for the side of BYL. And even with, we saw the little signs of life, God was able to find a very perfect unbridled outburst, followed up by Immortal with the with his ultimate as well. Unfortunately, even taking down 3 members, all they needed was the Fatih. All they needed was the Dune to be able to find, against 5 members of DJB, able to turn it around to where they were able to take down 3 and actually get DJB on the back foot.
Yeah, and when you have something like the Fatih and the Dome was so tanky and so much mobility coming in from BYL side, it puts Dynamo in a position that's really hard for him to actually get the last hit and be able to shred the house guard and burst down the enemy heroes. So that's kind of why in the current meta, Dynamo has been falling off just a little bit, right? Especially when they're lacking on the CC department.
Yeah, unfortunately here they just it's one of those, like, we're gonna see if a DJB have enough information here to be able to kind of like, all right, now we've set the tone, we see what they are capable of, we see how they come at us. Are we gonna be able to turn this around into a successful strategy, into a successful composition that we can use? That was the first time that we've actually seen DJB go with that Agudo pick. So maybe that's something that that they were ready for, that the side of BYL was prepared for. We'll see as we move into this the next match of this series. But man, very dominant, especially against a team who has just been steamrolling teams here this entire weekend.
Yeah, and for DJB, we've seen that Aguda come online last game, but then it just wasn't able to do that much impact into the game, right? When you have the Aguda, you kind of want to have some other heroes that are able to kind of leverage that macro advantage. But let's find out what adjustments they'll make as we walk into the next draft.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you bring up that that macro advantage, as we've seen with most flowborn marksmen who are able to have such a great job of creating that distance and still stay out of range of stuff and still be able to take down the towers. Here, it wasn't even just the towers. They were able, I want to say, they were able to find those kills and then transition that into some great objectives as well. So, I mean, a great job all around by BYL. Here on this draft phase, DJB will have the luxury of being able to react and reply, yeah, to that first pick of BYL.
Yeah, it does seem like the Flowborn is banned on the side of BYL and Zhangfei banned on the on DJB's side, and also Diadia. Actually, Diadia is one of the strongest support heroes, doing actually a lot of damage and providing a lot of sustain in the early game. So a lot of poke potential now taking off on the side of BYL. They played it really well, but now they don't want to face up against it, right? With DJB having some more reacting ability, I think it's almost better, put them in a better position to kind of have an answer to what they were facing last game.
Yeah, and right now we do see the Dolia taken off the board with the Zhang Fei. It's going to be very interesting here to see where we go. The last composition was something that I feel like came not as a surprise for DJB, but just really super effective and really had the kind of calling card here. Oh, we're going to immediately go. Here's the thing too. An assassin pick, this is something I almost hate sometimes. Not hate, but I feel like you have to be super effective if you're going to be an assassin as a first pick against a team like BYL. Now you're telling them you pretty much put a card on the table, and there's a lot that can go wrong, a lot that can counter, a lot that they could possibly use. Here immediately, already picking up a big CCer when it comes to the Flowborn tank.
Yeah, we do see the Lon picked by the side of BYL. And when you have a Jing as a first pick, I think you have to be very confident in your ability to execute her when you have some viable counters, either a really tanky lineup coming in from the side of BYL or some suppression heroes, right? But it does seem like right now on the side of BYL, they're looking to go that tank. And Aaron, something we haven't seen much in this tournament so far, but one of the stronger farm laners right now because of the itemization change and the skill change for her third skill.
Yeah, a lot of her damage now, or yeah, a lot of her skills now really take up from the items that are there for marksmen. A little bit of a change that has moved her up into the meta. I saw them dancing along the lines of a Dao Chan, which might be a little bit more outside the box when it comes to some of these picks. Lian Po picked up by God. That's going to be very, I'm nervous about some of this early game that we're going to be seeing. Right now, I think both teams kind of on even footing when it comes to not really having that dominating early game, the invading enemy jungle. The problem I saw from last game was just the rotations. They were perfect for both teams until they weren't, and then once they weren't, the cracks really began to show from DJB, where they were continually getting caught, continually getting into fights that they didn't need to. And that's just the expertise that you get from a team from like BYL, where they know their rotations, they know where they need to be, and they just continually put on that pressure, continually be in a group that is up at top, pushing lane, immediately teleporting down to somewhere else to continue that push. So it's gonna be very interesting to see where we go. We do see that the Haya and the Chicha taken off the board by BYL.
Yeah, now for DJB, they need to look for a mage, look for a silent, some viable picks still open. I mean, Ambrosa doing so well in the previous game, and now actually able to make her way to the map.
On the side of BYL, this is one of the counters that this is one of the counters you talked about earlier. A big counter for Jing is going to be that Liang. can lock you down very easily with that. I believe it's the power word control. Not just that, but he's also got, I believe it's power word fate, where it presents a wall that stuns you momentarily. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if Zero can dive around that. Usually you see that, oh, we're not gonna go with it.
See, I think Liang will be better here, especially when they have a tank jungler, but they do decide to opt out with the Liang. They probably feel like they can deal with the Jane regardless, since they have such a tanky lineup, right? But I mean, I would really like to see the Liang show up on the map, but still a very strong lineup coming in from BYL.
BYL, that is a tanky team right there. You got the Flowborn, Fati, you got Lapu. That, I'm wondering if we have enough damage on the side of DJB to be able to kind of take it down. They've got a decent amount of CC, but like I said, it's gonna come down. It wasn't exactly the composition that I saw faltering. It was some of those rotations. It just, they weren't as crisp as BYL's, and eventually that just kind of overtook them. We're gonna move into the second game and see what has been learned, if we're gonna be able to stop that momentum here for the side of BYL and DJB to maybe be able to take a victory.
Yeah, and maybe go push this series into the distance, and we'll find out as we walk into this game, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be match 2 of this series. Oh, a little elongated early game for that. But yeah, this is going to be match 2. Right now, BYL sitting pretty on 1 victory over DJB. A pretty dominating one. I don't want to say it was fast. It was dominating, but very patient coming from BYL as we go ahead and start this off quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I almost favor the draft of BYL more. I mean, they have that late game carry, they have that long in the late game, as well as the Nuwa. Nuwa has been doing so well in this tournament so far. And for Jane, I mean, Jane was a first pick, but it does seem like tank is what they chose to answer to that, right? When you have an assassin like that, you really need to be able to kind of wipe out the squishies, but there's not many options to choose from on the BYL side.
Yeah, and even with, I'm actually going to find a little bit of a pop-up on to Eternal, and he's going to have to run back to the safety of their tower. No worse for wear either team, right? Oh, a kill. Am I crazy? Where did I must have missed that. I'm not. Apparently a kill somewhere, as we're gonna go ahead and take a look. Looks like Ambrosia, yeah, up at the top lane. Apparently Ambrosia just got taken out by Fatigue. Great job by Jim Wishing.
Yeah, I mean, the Flowborn tank rotated up on top and took down Ambrosia, putting BYL sitting comfortably with 1 kill. But I do think that the Lady Zhen is a good answer for BYL's draft. When they have so many tanky front lines, you really able to kind of put that crowd control and use your skill to your max ability.
Yeah, it's a great answer until it isn't, and because that becomes the focus of the enemy team to take that out before they engage. So we're gonna see how well it goes. We do see that we do see a little bit of a takeoff there. Flowborn was taken off the map there. 27 is down for the count, tying this up for the side of DJB. Just outside of range. I want to say a great job by the team of BYL. They're doing a great job of dancing just out of range of God, who keeps trying to dash in with that Lian Po to try to find those pop-up that he needs. So it's those really frustrating, like just outside the range. So he can't really set up his marksman just yet. Right now, little bit of a lead by the side of DJB. We're gonna see if they can kind of continue up with this macro. HoK, unfortunately, already took a death here to Jim Wishing and that Clash lane. So we're gonna see how well, if he can kind of get his wits back about him.
Yeah, but I think Ambrosia is just a really good hero on the one-on-one, especially as she get more farm as well. So not too much to worry dying 1 is, especially when the jungler was there to help, right? Both sides are sitting at a very even gold lead as we wait for another 50 seconds for the Tyrant and Overlord to shine.
Yeah, I like that God's even being a menace inside their jungle, stopping them even from that little minion up there to really put on the pressure. Big pop-up does land onto Xing, and they're going to go in with a little bit more damage. Ooh, yeah, Xing, Wing, Xing. As we go in 1-1 right now, looks like the gold is just about even so far. Immortal trying to bring some backup on the side here. Not able to find a mark just yet. 13 seconds until these objectives come. And I feel like those objectives, that was where the party really started for BYL in the last game. Are they going to have a plan here for this next one?
Yeah, and you can see that Flowborn team just rotating top lane and bullying that Umbrosa, making sure that she is not having a great game. And now at the busted down by James.
Yeah, Zero was actually able to find a kill there, and then that's going to allow Immortal to find himself another one. Infinite Vastness is out for BYL, looking to get themselves out of dodge. They do lose one member, and the entire team sees it and immediately disengages. Very smart by them, but they lose a member and lose the objective to DJB.
Yeah, that's something that it allows them to get that farm for Zero as well, and for her to have a better game and a better early start to the game. And let's see if it can be catapulted into an advantage towards late game.
Well, I like what they did so far. They transitioned that kill. They transitioned that win for the Tyrants into a kill. They transitioned that kill into a tower take at the bottom as well. So they're doing exactly what you need to be doing. You got the kill. You didn't waste it. You immediately pushed 1-2 right now, but they're starting to eke their way ahead.
And you know what I noticed, Private? We talked so much about the anti-hero, right? Actually, a venomous Jack goes on Nua, but she's taken down.
Yeah, big flanking play coming from DJB all over BYL's jungle. 27, turns it around. Big pop-up lands there onto the Lianpo God. In a little bit of trouble here, has to disengage. Eternal is in trouble and does not make it away. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of BYL, who turned that fight completely around. It's interesting because I saw 27 immediately engage DJB on the far side of their tower, but he saw HoK and Eternal trying to make their way. He immediately turned around to make sure that his team could secure that kill. Now still a little bit of a lead there. Yeah, you can see there onto the Jing. We have the mirror domain is out. Is it going to be enough damage for them to be able to take down 27? Fatih is able to find a kill on to Immortal there. 4-3 in favor of BYL.
Yeah, we see 3-man contesting Jin's buff, but Jin still got it right now without a smite, but something happening on the farm lane, Private.
Yeah, HoK is in trouble here. Even uses his ultimate trying to get out of there. Big pop-up. Good save there by God. Saves his Clash laner, but is not going to be able to save that tower. A great meet there for God. Comes in with the ultimate, stuns the entire 3 members of BYL, allows HoK to get away.
Yeah, and DJB actually has the map somewhat in their favor. I mean, the bot lane, both sides are looking pretty even, but now actually BYL at an advantage, pushing all the way to the inhibitor tower.
Ooh, not able to find that stun is God. But man, yeah, you're absolutely right. Xing right now on that Lung is just an immense amount of firepower. Able to get 2 towers in the same lane. A tier 2 is down onto the side of DJB, and that's going to be a huge problem with them if they can't kind of close up some of those wounds. Ooh, big mirror domain for Zero, who gets caught by the Wishing. On this Fatih, man, he is becoming a menace on that. You saw that they tried to send Aaron up there to stoke the flames up at the top to kind of try to stop that push, but man, absolutely turned around by the BYL Clash laner.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the items, both sides are pretty even on gold, with just BYL a little bit ahead on the side, and especially Long having 5.1k gold, actually slightly behind the Aaron. But if you were to get his items towards the late game, Long will be very scary for DJB.
Yeah, really interesting to see the when it comes to the anti-heal, you see the venomous staff there on the Nua, you see the blazing cape there for the Flowborn as well. So they have two answers in the form of anti-heal in case one of them goes down. You see Jing now using that mirror domain, trying to put the damage onto this Tyrant. Is it going to be enough? I don't really know if, yeah, there's not really much contention coming from BYL just yet. HoK here. Man, the fatigue, I feel like a man. Oh, yeah, HoK is in trouble here. He's gonna have to use his ultimate to get away. They don't have the tower there. Oh, they do actually have the tower there. Big pop-up lands there. 27 in trouble, is gonna be able to get away. Now they're gonna turn their attention to the jungle here for DJB coming in here. Annihilation Laser is out there as well. Big pop-up comes in. Big push there from the Nua. Finds the mark onto the Lapu that goes down. BYL still putting the pressure on. They're going to continue, get that push onto the mid lane, open up this jungle of DJB.
I mean, they got their eyes set on the tower, right? They're playing the macro game and trying to get the map to their advantage despite losing some of the Tyrants. I mean, so far, Zero has taken down every Tyrant with no contest.
Yeah, and they've taken on every Tyrant, but I feel like as far as the macro is concerned, BYL is having just a much better play of it right now, especially the Clash laners. They're wishing there's just nothing that can stop him right now. They were able to push in the tower eventually up at the top lane, but I feel like as far as what they had to dedicate as a resource to go up there has just been consistent. Whether it's a marksman has to continually go up there, Ambrosia has to continually go up there, and if you send the wrong person, like he's just been annihilating, especially on 1v1s. You can see up there them trying to kind of go at it as well, and there's always that little team up. Always, the missile coming in on the Nua, getting stunned out is not going to be enough. You have three members up at the top loom on the side, looking for some damage if he can. This objective did go over to DJB, but are they going to be able to keep it? 27 diving over the ledge. Is that going to be enough? Pop up at the bottom. They do secure the objective. Oh, down goes Immortal from out of nowhere. And that is that. Yeah, of course it is. It's the Clash laner for BYL. Out of nowhere, he's looking to escape. He's zigging and zagging. Doesn't find his escape, but the damage has already been done. Out of nowhere, able to find the kill onto the marksman, onto Immortal. Three members down for the side of BYL. DJB looking for their escape. Down goes another member of BYL. Now they're going to go ahead, continue pushing on to these towers. They don't have enough, I think, to go at the tier 2 at the mid lane just yet, but what a turnaround for DJB. They get the objective, and that's kind of, I guess, maybe the value you get. You're continually getting objectives. You're continually pushing. Even though you're kind of losing out on towers, eventually it's going to keep you in the game. Right now, about a 3K gold lead for DJB.
And that is critical for DJB, right? They need to kind of be able to close out the game as soon as possible and not let the tanks on the side of BYL to build up that defense and not let Lone and not let Nuance to farm freely and go to the super late game.
Yeah, you see right here, they're already doing such a great job. Our DJB making sure they push down the mid tower, and they've taken down all the tier 1s, which means that this jungle is open. They're going to continually be a nuisance in here, continue to let the BYL know that they're here, that there is nowhere safe. Ooh, look at all of them hiding in there. They're looking to put that damage on to God, who's doing a great job being the front line. A great warning to DJB, who backs off from this fight. Up at the top, though, they have fatigue. They might actually have a good fight there to be able to get him by himself. Are they going to be able to find that fight? Oh, the rest of the team with the flank on BYL. In comes the Nua pickup too from the flank. Infinite Vastness comes in for Xing, able to dish out the damage. Down goes HoK. They're chasing onto the rest of the team. Eternal able to flash himself to safety. Immortal looking for an escape as well. God able to tank out some of that damage. Not as bad as it could have been for DJB, but they do take an L. 2 L's now. Down again. That was Jeff Wishing has a tracker on Immortal. I swear, every single time these fights end, you see the Clash Landing from BYL out of nowhere, just attack and put down the marksman for DJB, and that's gonna leave it open for this Overlord to be taken by BYL.
I mean, Wishing is doing God's work. He's such a menace on the map. I mean, it takes 3 men to really pin him down and actually shred him down. And right now, it looks like just DJB that doesn't have the damage it takes to take down the Fatigue. And if you're wasting skill on that, that just put your team in a disadvantage when the enemy can react to it, right?
Yeah, and right now you can see them backed up at the high grounds of their base mid tower. They're trying to do their best. Zero doing a good job of trying to protect that lane, but you have the Overlords coming through, walking their way, a big Overlord coming down from the bottom lane as well. So is this going to be an opportunity for BYL to get an objective, or are they going to try to push a little bit more onto these towers? Either way, DJB are going to have to pay some type of attention to what is going on in their lanes. Right now, a little bit of a lead there. It's interesting here, the macro and the gold lead. Gold lead going over to DJB, they have a little bit of about a 3K advantage, but BYL in firm control right now of this game.
As long as this game drags on, the gold lead is closing in now just about a 1500 goal lead in favor of DJB, but their map is not looking in their favor. And now with Fatigue building up that tanked item and defense, it's going to be hard, Private.
Yeah, I feel like the later and later this game goes, you're going to have huge damage coming from Nua, huge defense and damage coming from Jewishing. And now you can see here trying to kind of contest this Tyrant down at the bottom. Not in a great position, a little bit spread out. They're going to see Coke up at the top, so they know they have a 5v1 here at the bottom. In comes Jing looking for a little bit of damage. Are they going to be able to find it? 50%. Jing goes in, finds a little bit of damage, dashes in. Again, big pop-up comes. Nua locks onto the Jing. Is it going to be enough? And they reset the Tyrant. Now looking for a little all these flags all over the ground right now. They're trying to look for themselves an escape. Nua coming in. 27 taken out. That's going to be the Flowborn down for the count. 1 down for the side of BYL. Our DJB going to be able to use this opportunity to pick up this objective. Oh, on the backside. Long. Shing on the backside, able to find the kill onto Eternal, but that is going to be just enough wiggle room for DJB to be able to find this Tyrant. On the backside, Fatigue gets taken down by a double team of DJB, and now underneath the tower with that mirror domain, Zero puts a little bit of damage on, but this is a all DJB, all on the road right now, as you have mid and bottom tower starting to take damage. Minions are starting to push. Is this going to be the opening that DJB was looking for?
I mean, it's an opening for sure. They needed that. They needed that tower, and they needed to take out the Flowborn tank and get that smite and get one objective after another. They need to do something to prevent BYL to get that snowball thing that they need, right? But we are at a 16-minute mark, Private. Goldie is not too different, so I think both sides are decked out on their items, but really about the macro play now. It's about the positioning and how to not let the enemy catch you by surprise.
Yeah, we're getting to that point in the game where things are going to be even. There's only so many items you can buy. There's only so much of a lead that you can take before it becomes onto the team fight. Speaking of the team fight, big possible one coming in here, and down goes Juan. Infinite Vastness is out there looking to try to continue on with this push. You can see a great push there by Ice. Annihilation Laser is out, but does not do the job. Zero still able to find a kill. 2 down for DJB, or for BYL, as DJB continue on with their push, turning their attention onto the top lane.
I mean, now they could take down the top lane, but I also think they have a Shadow Overlord that they can kind of secure in the meantime as the Flowborn is still waiting to respawn.
Yeah, that's an interesting point too. Like, do you continue on with this push? You're only at the high grounds right now. Why not go ahead, turn that attention to the, yeah, there they go. Immediately decide you're gonna have part of your team going ahead, continuing on this push to go ahead and get some of those high grounds. Meanwhile, the rest of your team's gonna go ahead, go onto that Overlord, make sure that you can secure it so you can continually keep up this pressure onto BYL. Don't give them any breathing room. You're at a point where we're gonna start getting to the 20-minute mark, and when that happens, there's a whole new objective for these boys.
Yeah, and right now what DJB needs to do is just keep the enemy out of their base and not get caught, right? Rosa might be a little bit too deep, but he's able to actually disengage.
Yeah, and right now you can see they're doing their best. Oh, fatigue. You see that little, look at him hiding there, just waiting for like a marksman or a mage to like cross his path that he can go in there and just absolutely annihilate. Even Jing
no fear.
On that zero. Yeah, just no fear. Oh, they checked that bush. They find him out there. The jig is up, boy. Abort the mission. They found him. Now they're surrounding three members. The rest of BYL goes in to try to protect him. They do manage to create a nice little escape for him. That was a close call very quickly. Now you have the Overlords. Aaron doing a great job. Immortal on that Aaron. Gonna go ahead and press on. That is no more towers left. It is all just up to this core. BYL on the back foot. This is only game 2. DJB able to turn it around. Are they going to be able to manage to get this into a core lock there? Down goes Swan. Oh, and out comes an Annihilation Laser as well. Trying to turn this fight around. Oh, they find 2 kills. Down for DJB. Are they going to be able to put it onto this tower? Now trying to match it up on the back end. You see Zero looking for the hills. He's going to have to dash himself out of the way. And even with the tower down to about 30%, BYL able to turn around this defense. DJB gonna have to tuck tail and live to fight another day.
I mean, they could have tucked tail a little bit earlier, I would say. They're waiting for that Shadow Vanguard to actually get to the base. And before he even got there, the poking was good, but it was a little bit too deep, too far into the enemy base. And when you have 4 members still standing, it's going to be hard to just push all the way through, right?
Yeah, there's always got to be that plan, especially when it comes to Honor of Kings. I feel like the most dangerous point is when you're trying to push into the enemy core. There's so much that can go wrong, especially so late in the game where you don't have an advantage at that point. You're basically even with them and waiting for somebody to make a mistake. So you need to have a plan. You all need to be on the same page. And unfortunately there, they started taking deaths. They started, some people were focused on the core. Some people were focused on trying to take people out. That needs to be, you guys need to be synergized with your goals, especially when it comes to those last tower pushes. And I think they got just a little too excited once those high grounds went down. Still a pretty decent firm lead by DJB. Can they kind of turn this back around to get into their favor as the Tempest Dragon is out there? Like I said, brand new objective. We're at the 20-minute mark. Teams are even. It's all going to be about these fights for this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, and this is the pivotal moment of the game, right? One team fight is all it takes to turn a game around, despite the fact that the base of BYL is wide open right now. If they lose this team fight, if they lose the Tempest Dragon, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and right now you can see them all kind of dancing around here. Both teams looking to see who will make the first mistake there. Shing on the side, continuing to put Rain on that damage. He wants to kind of reset that dragon, keep it poking out there. Meanwhile, HoK doing a great job trying to push out those lanes. They're going to have to answer that at some point. Oh, but Fatigue, yes, right
there.
I don't even know why I even discounted Zewishing, who's been doing a phenomenal job as a Clash laner. Now at the mid lane, big upset coming here. Big pop-ups landing onto the team. Annihilation is out there. HoK very low, down to about 25%. We're gonna force out the infinite vastness coming from Xing. In comes the mage as well. Big push up there, big damage coming as well. Diving into the back line. Zero has locked onto Ice, trying to get the kill, is not able to find it. Down goes Wishing. That's a big damage damage output. Jing is down as well. BYL on their back foot looking for an escape. Are they going to be able to find it? They are able to find a kill onto Aaron. That is a marksman down for them as well. 3 down for the side of BYL. DJB looking for an opportunity. Can they come in here and find it? 27 trying to clear out the minion. 0. Look at the damage he's taking from that minion. He had to run. He was almost taken out by the minion. Now we're gonna have to put the damage onto the core. Do they have the minions for it? 50%, 25, and answering back in huge fashion. DJB tie it up.
And that is what we want to see from DJB. They've had their series throughout the past 2 days, and now they showed us that they had a hiccup last game, but they're just on par up against our top team of this open qualifiers, BYL.
Oh man, and this is why you do not give Zero the Jing. He is phenomenal on it. Let's not take anything away from Wishing from BYL. Just had did a phenomenal job in his lane, becoming this huge nuisance for that team. A great game there. Eventually, Immortal was able to kind of find their footing. I feel like they were just all over Immortal, trying to shut him down, and it was a very rough game to be a marksman on the DJB club, but eventually able to kind of keep the favor in their corner, able to get the push and find the members. Even I want to say with a little bit of a failed core push at the end there.
Yeah, but actually Eternal doing still a lot of input with that Lady Gem pickup, allowing to shred down the health bar of the frontline tanks, right? And with the CC that she was able to create, really helped turn the tides around in some of these team fights. So I really do think that DJB had a great draft. They were able to execute it really well, and definitely with Zero, he had the confidence to first pick Jing. And when you have someone that's so confident to lock that in and have no response for that, you're gonna have a difficult game for yourself.
It's pretty interesting too, because we saw BYL, they were hovering over that Liang pick. Once they saw the Jing, they're like, and they decided against it. Maybe here we're either gonna see the Liang pickup in answer to it, or possibly the ban of the Jing, or I guess maybe even the pickup. One thing that we've learned this weekend is, man, Zero's Jing is pretty unstoppable, and has been a core favorite for a lot of their victories here so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well as the Umbrosa, I mean, the Umbrosa has been kind of targeted throughout the game, but she still was able to kind of close in the distance on some of the back lanes, and that's exactly what helped them in win the game ultimately, right? But let's take a look at the standings now, Private. What does that bring us to?
Yeah, we are tied at 1-1 apiece here at a best of 5. We are going to be possibly going the distance here tonight. DJB, little worried from that first game. BYL had a pretty dominating start to that, but DJB got their wits about them, were able to kind of find themselves. And that game, it wasn't super dominating for DJB, but it was a good back and forth and pretty much in their corner. So I'm really excited to see where the rest of this series goes, especially that it's so close. What you don't want to see here at the top is like just complete washout games and one team that is just so dominant. And here we definitely have ourselves some competitors.
Absolutely, and I think for both teams, right, they're looking at an important mark in this weekend, right? They want to get that prize pool. They want to get that prize money, get some new skins for the players. They're looking at a $1,000 and 10,000 token prize pool just by securing this series. So both teams don't want to let this fall.
Yeah, every single week, another team has or every single week it resets, and every team has the same chance to earn that prize pool, $1,000, as we continue on with this. One team will be left standing here after this best of 5. It's right now tie game. It is anybody's game here, and I'm really excited to see what we have in this next game of the series.
Absolutely. And if you're a team that's trying to bank some money, right? You want to win every single week. It's almost more important to make it as a winner every week than to make it into playoffs, because you get to go home with something every week, and that's exactly what the players are fighting for. They're fighting for honor and glory, but they're also fighting for that fat check, right? So we're excited to see what the teams have in store for us in the upcoming games, as they're tied 1-1 right now, and we'll find out as we take a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
And we are back, everyone. An electrifying series so far, with both teams coming in strong. Private, I am so stoked for the next game and seeing what these teams have to adjust to their strategy.
Yeah, even with that last game, went the distance, had even a Tempest Dragon out there on the field, 20 minutes long. Even though they didn't go for the Tempest Dragon, I feel like they used that as kind of a little bit of a bait to kind of turn it around for DJB. But here, both these teams have shown that they can go the distance, that they can get that victory. But who will come out on top? And this is, like I said, I love it when we're at the top of the mountain here, and it's a guess. It's anybody's game here who can get the victory here. We're gonna see where the adjustments come in this next draft.
Yeah, and as we walk in the draft, we'll have some more clarity to what the teams have in store for us. It looks like we're still guessing. Chicha wiped off the map for DJB. I mean, we haven't seen a great Chicha game so far this tournament, but doesn't mean that it's not a menace to be scared of.
Yeah, we haven't seen great Chicha from the teams we've had out there so far. Doesn't mean that BYL possibly doesn't have the greatest Chicha player in the world. We do know that they have a bunch of titles top in the region for a lot of their heroes too. Maybe one of those is the Chicha. Right now, nobody's banned the Dharma just yet. That's one of those ones that hasn't made it through the entire weekend, I believe. Have we seen Dharma this weekend at all?
We have seen a Dharma game, I believe, in one of the matches yesterday, but Dharma definitely has been banned all throughout. And let's see if DJB actually takes it out, because they have been the ones who consistently bans out the Dharma. We also haven't seen the Mei Ying yet, and also a really good wombo combo hero, but they actually secured that jump fade. They want to lock in that tank, as you were talking about, right? They want to have some kind of front line ready, and now it leaves the Dharma open on the side of BYL, and it depends on whether or not they take it.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I mean, DJB, there's nothing more standard right now. God has been so good on this Zhongfei, and just Zhongfei itself, it just provides so much to your team. The tankiness, the frontlining ability, the ability to give the sustain for your members, because you always get that shield from him, and then the counters to those engagements, or it's a counter to an engagement that the enemy team is doing, or it's your own initiation in that unbridled outburst. He just works on so many different levels. Why not pick it up here? Looks like we're just kind of just gonna, the way Chicha was ignored last series, I believe we're just gonna ignore Dharma this series as we go ahead, we pick up the Luna. I'm not sure if we've seen a great Luna game just yet, but if anybody's gonna pull it off, I assume Zero can.
And now we have the Pei, one of your favorite heroes, Private. I'm guessing that it'll be paired with something like a Byron, something like the Mai. The Mai is still up for grabs for the side of BYL, and it really depends on whether or not DJB actually bans it. The Haya is taken off the map for the side of BYL. Luna, I mean, we've seen how strong Zero is as an assassin player. So I believe if you're able to pull off a Jane, you should be able to pull off Luna, but it really depends on the opponent's team composition, right? So I'm kind of expecting a Byron ban exactly, and maybe a Mai, because they're still missing a mid lane, right? With that comp between Byron, Mai, and Pei, it's going to be very scary to deal with.
Well, it kind of depends too. It's not just the Mai too, because you have the Diadea up there, and I'm not a huge fan of Diadea's kind of like a synergy with the Mai pickup, because with the Mai, with the Pei, you need something that's going to be able to clear out mid, be able to kind of get you that early game focus where Mai's able to take off, get to those side lanes, be a nuisance, all the while. No, I'm not gonna fall for it just yet. But yeah, like we've seen before, and what the failure we have seen with the Pays before is, I personally feel like, one, the Pei has just, yeah, it's just a normal synergy combo with the Pei. The problem is, are we going to be able to is this entire team going to be able to set up this Pei for success? Also, we've seen before where Peis get a little greedy when it comes to trying to get some kills in the early game. I really sincerely feel like a lot of them can sometimes lack the patience that is needed. Just get your farm. Just don't worry about it unless the entire team is there kind of setting up for you to get the kill. Just get your farm, make yourself to that 10 to that 8-minute mark where you're just super overfed, 8k gold, and then you can start doing the damage. The problem is, do we have a team that is allowing Pei to do this, and do we have a team that is offsetting the early game that we're kind of lacking because your Pei has to farm and do all that? That's why you always get those Mei sharing those pickups in there.
Pei is really good in early game farming as well as engaging, right? Like, so for Pei and Mai, the combo, if they're able to execute well early game and kind of be wandering around and putting pressure onto Luna's farm, it'll be very important and decisive to whether or not they win. But we saw a buy cheat coming in from the side of BYL, and let's see how it plays out as we walk into the third game of the series.
I like all all aspects of the timed game from BYL. You've got a good early game, you've got a good mid game, that Baishi, that late game that you're gonna have with the Diadea as well. So they've got that all covered. Can they execute it though? They're just not going to be like a master of one point in the game, where I feel like the mid game is going to be huge for the side of DJB once Zero starts coming online on that Luna.
Yeah, but on the side of BYL, they still have some late game insurance, right? When you have that chain, you're able to actually protect it well in the back lane. But we've seen so far, Flowborn Marksman is a force to be reckoned with when she has that 3 to 4 items, is when she kind of reach her more of a power spike and also does so much more damage towards the late game, right? But right now, so far, Mai is helping Pei farm a little bit. We're still waiting to see some invade going into Luna's jungle. Maybe it will happen as the game progresses.
I mean, it needs to happen super early, because I feel like the moment we start getting to those ultimates, Eternal with the board, God with the unbridled outburst, these are just some great ultimates, some team setting potential ultimates for your team. And are you going to be able to catch Ice? Are you going to be able to catch Xing on that Flowborn Marksman in these ultimates to be able to push forward in this game right now? Both teams doing great when it comes to the macro, back and forth. 27 doing a great job trying to match up the pace that he needs to set here. Ooh, might be a little bit of a bait out here. Eternal comes out there, throws some damage down, backs up again toward the bush.
Yeah, I mean, with Ji Weixin, we've seen how strong his fatigue was last game. And any hero that he pulls out is almost, you have to kind of expect a lot of pressure coming in from him, right?
You can see here, oh yeah, and this is what we were talking about before when we see the Flowborn Marksman. Just the ability to outrange your opponent by such a degree is usually just becoming this huge nuisance for the side of DJB. Here they're doing such a great job, especially with God. That's why they really love that Zhang Fei pickup, where they can continually apply that shield to Immortal to make sure that he's still kind of withstanding the damage. You see here, going back in is the Flowborn Marksman, but the shield comes back out from God, keeping them topped up. Ice around the bend here on that bush, looking for maybe a pop-up. Comes in with the fan, big pop-up, and the push into the ultimate. Immortal able to get away with the flash. Board goes down from Eternal, but does not catch anyone.
I mean, even though it didn't connect, it did send Channel back to his base to kind of recover that HP, right? And that just cost him the minions and cost him the farm right there.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point too, is those little things are going to start to stack up. Having to go back to base, taking a lot of damage and health where you're going to have to return to miss out on minions. Eventually, those will start stacking up to where the Flowborn Marksman is going to start using that range, start taking down towers, and going to become that a nuisance. A very great gank attempt there by BYL. Unfortunately, a little too early. DJB still had a lot of their spells and cooldowns there. Now going to go ahead, start on this Tyrant. Not much of an answer coming from DJB. Possibly hints of what we saw from the last game, where DJB were consistently allowed to get these objectives, consistently allowed to get these Tyrants, until finally it came to the late game and they were just a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the good thing about DJB's draft is that towards the late game, they still have these heroes like the Ambrosa, like Luna, who can kind of dive into the backline and get that Flowborn Marksman off the map. So, and then Pei is going to start to slowly fall off just a little bit towards the late game. So I definitely think that DJB has a draft that works really well into late game as well.
Ooh, they do hit a fan and a pop-up, but not enough damage coming out from the ice just yet. Right now, tied game so far, no kills just yet. Takes a bad pass under the bush. Flash is out. Are they going to be able to get all the way down? Goes the Diadea. Big pickup there. Or no, down goes the Eternal. Big pickup there for Zhuan.
Yeah, they did, and from the side of DJB, they did get that Overlord for the side of DJB. So a bit of a trade, but not too much to worry about when you just have an Ishin off the map, right?
Yeah, the big thing for me is to make it out of this laning phase just yet. Can they make it out? Can they get to these team fights where a lot of their wombo combos are really gonna have that huge effect? Big pop-up comes out there, Unbridled Outburst, stuns 3 members of BYL, but big focus here onto the mid tower. That's gonna be a big tower takedown for BYL. Opening up this jungle here, you can see down goes the mark from Eternal. Looking for some damage, dashes through 3 members of DJB. They're gonna try to disengage. Down goes Coke, down goes Eternal. Big damage coming out from the rest of them. Zero comes in, might be in a little bit of trouble there. Dashes back underneath the tower, almost baits, almost finds a kill onto Zhuan, who has to find themselves an escape. 4-0 right now. Very tiptoey game played by BYL, but otherwise dominating in a 4-0 fashion.
And already 2 kills in for the chain for the Flowborn Marksman, allowing her to kind of come on top in her farms and really get online. And we can already see so much damage coming out from the chain.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while all of this is going on, still 27. I mean, you haven't even seen him like really when it comes to the focus on the fights and stuff, because he's doing what he needs to. Gets to the lane, clears out the lane, gets to his jungle, clears out his jungle. He's not in, he doesn't care about any of these fights. He's got full trust in his team to handle this right now, while he continually farms up, trying to get to that 8-10 minute mark, trying to get to that 8,000 gold lead that he needs to have to kind of really start setting himself aside.
Yeah, and right now the map is so much in favor of actually the map is looking pretty even here, Private.
Yeah, the map's looking a little even, but you got about a 4K gold lead and a 4-0 lead right now for the side of DJB. In comes Zero, gets sunned, and he's gonna have to dash himself to safety. Unbridled Outburst to go ahead and secure that escape. Great disengagement there by God with that Unbridled Outburst. This is why they love having that pickup there too. They tried to find Chano, not able to. Big pop-ups there too as well, and a whole 5-man rotation coming from BYL. Probably gonna signal to DJB that they need to go ahead and start split pushing a bit. Coke actually got caught there on the backside. Actually might be in a little bit of trouble there. Asked to activate that ultimate. Is it going to be enough? A big ultimate comes out. That's going to be Baishi down. Zhuan is the next one on the list. Zero gets taken out early. A big auto attack finds the mark there. And is that going to be enough? There, the only one that is left is Ice on that Mai, and a big comeback. 4 unanswered kills for DJB from that run.
Oh my, that was a 4-0 trade. That's actually incredible coming in from the side of DJB. The channel is really coming online. He's trying to tackle this turret all by himself, and it looks like he's successful in doing that.
Yeah, especially when you take down 4 members of the opposite team. A great turnaround for DJB to go ahead and find that advantage. BYL, man, it looked like it was really kind of going in their favor. Unfortunately, I feel like they kind of dove a little bit too deep. Even 27 on the pay guy, I was congratulating his patience in trying to get the farm up, but he even got involved in that fight and got taken down, which is really going to kind of set him back a bit for a hero that really needs to get that goal, really needs to stay ahead of the group to be effective.
Yeah, he needs to have a smooth early game, and that team fight alone has put him back. And we'll have to see if he's able to kind of secure the advantage that he has early game. He's sitting at 7.3 gold lead. Gold right now, not too, but slightly behind than what he needs to have, right?
Yeah, and right now we're starting to get to a point where the laning phase is starting to shut down. We're starting to get into those team fights, right? And I haven't seen too much come. I want to see those combos coming out from Eternal with that board, from God with the Unbridled Outburst, where you get that nice wombo combo right here. BYL trying to bait out this the Tyrant here. Oh, in comes Zero. Look, Zero has just been a menace when it comes to these objectives. And he's not going to be able to get it. Picked up there by 27. Now they've got the damage in their sights. Are they going to use this to try to find a fight at their advantage? They're going to lock on to Zero, trying to put some damage onto him. Down goes Zero. Big pickup there by 27. In comes the Unbridled Outburst from God, and they do find the Diadema and Xing.
Yeah, I mean, a great response coming in from Umbrosa, but that's what happens when you're dancing around the dragon pit, right? You kind of want to bait out the enemy, but when they are faster to respond than you are, it might be a mistake on that end, right?
Yeah, all of the tier 1s now taken out for the side of DJB. So I'm expecting to see BYL just becoming this huge force inside their jungle to continue on here. The problem now is going to start coming to the point that ice is going to start to fall off on this My Sure No. This is where you're kind of looking towards Xing on this Flowborn to start coming in. The Clash Laner on this Bai Chi to start coming in online. Is that going to be enough? I feel like Zero, I haven't seen him as effective on this Luna just yet. He hasn't really been able to kind of get a lot of those connections. He does get into the fight, but I feel like he's been like the first one. He almost feels like an afterthought. He goes in to kind of lure out some of their abilities while the rest of his team is able to find some of these successes. Here you see Zero again on the front line there, having to dash away. Big shield coming up from God there, but they're all immediately pushed away from this Overlord.
And for a hero that's so dependent on the blue buff, he kind of prioritized that Tyrant just now and not get his blue buff. Now he's walking around without any buffs. The channel is taking in that red buff right now, but Luna is not looking so comfortable right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really feel like, man, I love the Yixing and Zhang Fei ultimates that are supposed to come together. Speaking of which, there's a big Unbridled Outburst. I was just saying about the combination, and here it is. And this is why that combination is so dangerous. They just immediately wipe out 3 members, a 4th one on the way, and that is almost a team wipe. Once again, Ice is the sole survivor, taken down 10-8 right now by DJB. And here I was about to talk trash about not using that combination of the Unbridled Outburst and the board, and they go ahead and set a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and so far this game, Mai could not do so much, right? There's just so much that she could do, and at this point of the game, the only thing that she can prey on is kind of get to the back line, get to Channel. But at this point, with decked out and items for Channel, it's almost too hard for even Mai to take that out from him.
Yeah, and right now, a great, man, I'm still in awe of it. I love seeing that combination and just seeing it work so well, and especially the positioning by God. He actually got behind enemy ranks and Unbridled Outburst forward, forcing them into the DJB team. So that was just a nice little twist onto that as well. But can they continue this? Can they kind of get that advantage when it comes to these lanes? Because it still feels like they're almost kind of behind here. You see the rest of BYL here kind of trying to get a good engagement here. We have the board out there, Unbridled Outburst out there again. Down goes the Flowborn. Down goes another. There goes Xing and Swan. The Swan and Xing are down as well. That is a complete team wipe. Another beautiful combination of that Unbridled Outburst and the board. Eternal and God on the same page. And this could be a secure for DJB. 20 seconds left, and they're going to try it their best here, trying to take down these minions. Did you see them going slowly up there? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be game 3 for DJB.
Wow, what an incredible kind of a comeback, I would say. They're really, when the channel came online, that's when they hit the power spike, and that's when they become unstoppable, especially in team fights. And that brings us to 2-1 DJ B Club continuing their streak.
Man, I'm actually amazed, especially because they did not, you're talking about a team that was not able to get first place in the qualifiers here, really finding their niche, able to find their momentum, and such a great game. I almost feel like, I don't know if I want to call this like a comeback, because I feel like maybe DJB were just being very patient. They had the tools that they needed. Maybe the Luna, Zero maybe not doing as great on the Luna, but when it came to what they needed to do with this composition, which was those two ultimate abilities, Eternal with the board, God with the unbridled outburst, as soon, I feel like they were just being patient when it came to finding the opportunities that they needed to. And especially those last two big team fights, man, they were on the mark. It was perfect execution by DJB.
They understood the assignment, and they were able to push the game towards a point where it's their advantage, and letting Chano to get his farm and letting Chano come online. And as soon as Chano had his item and became part of the team fight, that's when we saw the biggest difference, right? With every time Mai actually secured the losing MVP, but Mai, oh my, she did not do much.
There were some good opportunities that they had with the pay and to put on some damage, but just when it came to, like I said, I was getting upset because we weren't seeing the combinations that we needed of this whole composition relied on landing two ultimates together, and they just weren't doing it. I'm like, at what point are we going to start doing this? Because even with the Mai not doing enough, they were still able to kind of I want to say a BYL, we're still able to kind of push forward. Yeah, that's why you don't give those two heroes up together. They just, man, there's nowhere to go, and there's nothing that you can do once those two ultimates come out, and you're just getting pounced on. Luna, Zero, I feel like I almost dare say that the pick it didn't do a lot. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't getting the kills. It wasn't the level of the Jing we usually see where they're able to get in and out, but I feel like he still kind of had a role. The first time that Luna died, that Zero died, that's when the first time that DJB Club got 4 kills on the board. So I almost feel like there was a purpose in the Luna. The purpose was not to go in and be flashy and get kills. The purpose was to kind of get all these abilities out there and then let the rest of my team come in and finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, it is a team game, and the objective is to take down that base and secure that win, and that exactly is what they did. But props to DJB Club right now. They're sitting once again in that spot where this will be the deciding game. This will be the series decider, and let's take a look at the standings once again, Private.
Man, familiar territory for DJB. Seems like only a few minutes ago we were at the 2-1 game. Possible point for DJB here. BYL on the back foot here, needs to figure out something here, and they need to figure it out fast, or DJB can pull the upset here tonight.
And DJB is the animal slayer with these cute team logos coming in from Flash Smileadon and DYB, and DJB just looking fierce with that on that red, and they show that they are in the hot seat, and they are one of the hottest team right now.
I'm not sure what that is. Is that a rooster wolf, a chicken dog? But yeah, definitely the animal slayers thus far. They're gonna see if they can have an answer for them here tonight.
And we'll find out as they take a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. one will always admire.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught.
Just as you guys thought, we had 5 more minutes. We are back and we're rolling. I'm Liz, joined alongside Private as we walk into this electrifying series.
Yeah, electrifying indeed. DJB pushing their way through, very dominating Saturday evening for them and looking to make it a Sunday domination as well. Right now, sitting at game points over, I want to say the favorites, BYL, who had a very dominating first game, but absolutely turned around by DJB, who have been showing nothing but momentum and looking to close this series and this night out early.
And how will they close the series? Let's take a look at their draft, fresh and ready. Let's see what they have in store for us.
No longer playing around with Zero. You're going to see that Jing ban immediately from BYL. I'm not sure that the Luna gonna make the list just yet. Not, at least not from the performance from the last game, but man, definitely know that they're gonna be looking out for that Zhongfei and Yixing combination this time.
Yeah, Fuzi is getting banned out once again. We did see DJB playing a pretty well Fuzi game, and Dahlia, a very standard meta ban, and Zhangfei actually getting locked in by BYL.
Yeah, I would take it away too, just because even if not for the double wombo combo possibility from DJB, God has just been an immense problem on this Zhongfei pickup. He utilizes it to its fullest potential. Here, I do like that they took away the Zhongfei, and in answer to that, DJB, they go ahead and they take away that Flowborn pick from them.
Yeah, it's like at what cost, right? They got the new one for Immortal, for Eternal. We've seen how good she is on that new one, and now we're locking that in. And Luna, despite Private's opposition, is going to return to the side of DJB and facing up against the Aguda. So they're looking at something more of a macro play on the side of BYL.
Yeah, really interesting to me, and it wasn't even thought about. It was immediate. It was like, boom, Luna, I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, okay, well, they're very confident in that. Taking Haya off the board there as well. So, I mean, here what we have, I mean, not looking at DJB, the immediate thing I see is a little bit of a lack in the early game. How are we going to be able to get Nua fed up? What are we going to be using to kind of continue on? I know, well, Lapu's taken off the board as well. I was about to say Lapu might be a good option, but he's already taken off the board. So what are we going to use? Ganon Mo taken off of there as well, though I don't believe I've seen BYL use Ganon Mo just yet. We're going to be looking for something early, something that will help Nua get farmed, something that will allow Luna to be able to farm in her lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of DJB, they have almost too many cores. Right now, Luna needs a lot of farm, Flowborn needs a lot of farm towards the late game as well, and Nua. So now they are looking at an economy that's not doing so well, but the fatigue is actually a viable pick for them on the side. And for BYL, I feel like they have some options, right? Like Direnjia is good if you want to go full in on the macro, but Long is still available for grabs.
Ooh, they decided not to go with the Fatih, and then they're going to go ahead and settle on this idea. Oh, also on the back end. Yeah, the tongue's starting to get a little tied here tonight. Ooh, settling back onto this my pickup there as well for BYL. They do have the Byron to kind of back up the early game as well. So I like the early game coming from BYL, whereas DJB, they've got some great, you listed already, you've got three people who are very item dependent. Where is the pathway to that mid game, to that late game? Where is the pathway to that? Because right now it kind of looks like we're not even going to reach that. This could be possibly a very early game for BYL if DJB is not going to be able to kind of stop that early game that I know is going to be coming from BYL.
Oh, DJB looking like a squish ball with that line of Umbrosa on the side. We see how well Code plays out the Umbrosa, right? Doing so much impact every game, despite sometimes having a difficult time in the laning phase, getting ganked all the time, but still making a lot of impact. But now with that lineup, I'm seeing no frontline whatsoever, Private.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be looking for opportunities to possibly be able to kind of isolate people down and find those kills. But I mean, Zhongfei just does such a good job of stopping assaults like that or ganking potential, especially with the unbridled outburst. Even if you just use it as a defensive tool, it'll be able to kind of turn around a lot of fights, especially like you said, very squishy lineup from them.
Yeah, let's see how the Squish Balls compete up against BYL as we walk into this game decider for DJB.
Yeah, that's That's the thing too. This is a game decider for DJB. Game point for them. We're looking for BYL to kind of, this could be like what they need, especially like from what we saw from the draft, a very good early game draft for them. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it? Because from what we've seen, DJB has a great ability to stay focused, to not get like too crazy, and to make sure that they wait for those mistakes at the late game to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, I would say for the Flowborn Marksman, is having a pretty decent time in the laning phase just by its own right against the Long. Not too much to worry about, but right now Mai is also rotating towards the farm lane.
Yeah, here is the thing that we were talking about before. First of all, Lung is a very good marksman, has a lot of strength and a lot of his auto attacks there, but that counter, we're going to see if that's counteracted by Immortal, who's going to have, especially on this Flowborn, we've been seeing it time and time again, the range difference that he has, that he's going to be able to kind of rain down on people. See here already, putting on a decent amount of damage onto Xing. Ooh, going in, a little bit of shield comes in there. Is it going to be enough? Ooh, looking a little weak. There's gonna have to use that flash to get away. Immortal in a little bit of trouble from the backside, looking for the flank. Are they gonna be able to find it? Agudo on the back end, and down goes the Flowborn. A big pickup there by Ice, and a assist, I want to say, by 27.
And that is the crazy part about having a Grudo pick, right? The ability to rotate so quickly and react so quickly across the map, all the way from the mid lane down to the farm lane in just split seconds.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate, because I feel like Immortal and God, they read that coming. They immediately, they disengaged from the top, or from their tier 1 tower, even heading for the tier 2 tower, but it just was not fast enough because of how quickly 27 was on the flank to read that damage and find that kill. Great job there by BYL, and we were talking about it. The early game here, man, it's going to be a hard thing to overcome for DJB if they want to get to that mid, if they want to get to that late game. Annihilation Laser out there, just a little bit of damage out there, but it's more or less a little bit of a slap across the face from BYL, but not too much damage done.
And you can bet that the first item that this new wall would have to build is to have the Venomous ready, right? With such a tanky lineup coming in from BYL, they need to have that anti-heal, and I'm not even sure if that's enough.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. And not only do you need to have that anti-heal, but now you're slowing down Nua's her power spike that she's gonna have on there. Ice, a great job there from the backside. Comes in with the pop-up, big push. Nua comes in. Is it gonna be enough? Immortal on the backside, 10% health left, is gonna be able to find himself and escape. An infinite vastness there, executed by Xing.
Yeah, the Dia almost kind of dived into her own death. Could have retrieved maybe a little bit, but not too much to worry about and trade in for support. But still, this marksman is not having a great time on her lane.
Yeah, it's 2 deaths for DJB right now, and we've seen this before where the marksman is just having not the greatest time. If anybody can come back from it, Immortal has been and has had great times where he does actually take a lot of deaths, but is still able to kind of be that facet for his team. Here, however, like I said, early game, I feel like if they can close it down very quickly, BYL will be, this will be a very short game for BYL. The longer this goes, though, I feel like you're gonna have a big surprise if DJB can kind of turn this around in the late game, because that's just where their composition really favors. However, with a lot of late game compositions, have we just really ignored that early game? Have we ignored that we have to set a path to be able to get to the late game here? Right now, Zero able to go ahead and take down the Overlord. That's going to give them a little bit of breathing room at least.
Yeah, that will definitely at least deny some farm for the side of UIL. But again, the
underneath the tower, Agudo is relentless. He said, "Tower, what?" He dove right underneath it. Underneath the Immortal and God go down. They are being relentless on this marksman lane. And even if you do get to the late game, with how many deaths that the marksman and a tank are playing, this is shades of the last game too. They immediately take the tier 2 tower at the marksman lane and then disengage.
They understood that you need to give the marksman a hard time, right? You need to deny the farm that it needs to kind of come online, and that means that they have to share farm with the mid lane, with other positions, and get more jungle camps that will also take away from other item-dependent heroes like the Nuwa and the Luna.
Yeah, and just right now, I'm just not seeing the usefulness right now. The Luna, gets pushed back again there. Zero in a little bit of trouble. And it's just right now, Luna just not having that big effect. You see the Venomous Staff has been picked up by Eternal. We're starting on that now. We're going to actually start on some of the damage items. Again, underneath tower, HoK in trouble is going to be picking up that little bit of a health plant there. Half health left on this tower from the back end. Schwan getting knocked about by 3 members of DJB, still able to walk through the tower that is just getting tickled down in its health. HoK takes a heap of damage. Annihilation goes out, misses wide on the members. Still trying to fight for this tower. Are they going to be able to find it? Big pop-up comes in there. Mai finds the tower. Zhang Fei finds the kills, and BYL with a very dominating push at the top lane. And this is exactly what we thought was going to happen from this composition.
Yeah, they're playing a textbook game so far, BYL. They understood that with an Aguda, it's so useful going all across the map and putting pressure across the map and also taking down tower so fast compared to other junglers. And that is exactly what they're doing. They're taking down all the outwards towers and now leaving so little room on the map for the side of DJB.
Yeah, just this early game itself, the Aguda, the Mei, the Zhang Fei, and now once you get into the mid and late game, you're still gonna have the Lung, you're still gonna have the Byron to kind of back you up here, and DJB still completely on the back foot at a 6K gold deficit at the 7-minute mark. This game is just gonna continue growing that distance as it keeps on going on. Ooh, Zero comes in there with a little bit of damage, but even here, just not able to have the effect that they want on, and was that stolen? No, it wasn't stolen. I'm gonna say Zero actually able to scoop up the Azure Golem there, but man, right now DJB are just riding the trouble bus right now.
I mean, they're riding the bus indeed, and even though Luna did get her buff that she really desperately needs, it wasn't without a fight. She got pressured so much throughout this early game, and now it's only at the 8-minute mark, but as you said, BYL has catapulted themselves in such a decisive advantage, and it almost seems like it might be too late for the game to come back from that.
Yeah, and you're at a point right now, it is 7-0. You're at only high ground towers left for DJB here. You can take a look at that gold map right there. It has been all BYL. No answer from DJB at all in this game. BYL looking not to go quietly out in this series. They want to tie it up. They want their chance at that $1,000 for this weekly champion here. Making short work is Xing on that Tyrant as well. 7-0 right now, about a 5K gold lead for BYL.
I mean, we talk about the debuff coming in if you get a Tyrant already, but it seems like a Gudo can just tank it all by herself despite having a debuff and still being able to secure that Overlord also in their pockets.
The thing is too is like you can't even do anything against the Gouda, who can just kind of throw her bear up under the tower while the rest of them, like, so there it goes, throw the bear in there, and you clear out. Everybody has to back up while you're able to do an amazing amount of macro damage there. That's a high ground tower for free basically with your ultimate. So I mean, a great job, a great pick there by BYL, and they're doing what they need to. Sitting here at about a 9-minute mark, and they only have 2 high ground towers left for DJB.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Private, but I mean, if we make it to the next game, which looking at the map right now, we might be able to, I'm expecting Aguda to be taken off the map.
Oh yeah, Aguda just, I mean, with what they are able to do right now to get underneath the towers, especially right from the get-go. And it's not just Aguda too. It was the pickups of the Aguda, out the Mai Shiranu, who's able to get underneath the towers, get the pop-up very quickly, to push them out of range of that thing too. the early game, we saw it right from the draft, was going to be dominated by BYL. The only real question was, is DJB going to be able to hold the line long enough for them to be able to hit those power spikes? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like here. A nice double roundup here of both objectives.
Yeah, both securing both objectives at the same time to avoid that debuff, and that takes them to another Tyrant and an enhanced Overlord in their pockets with little towers left on the side of DJB. Not much to defend and almost a 10,000 gold deficit.
Yeah, 10,000 gold deficit now pushing onto the towers. You can see them starting to get their ducks in a row. This is where we've talked about, you got to be a little bit more careful, but you still have the Aguda, you still have the early advantage. DJB on the back foot here, need to find a way to kind of turn this around. Look at the damage even underneath the tower, able to chase down Eternal. That's going to be possibly a wrap. 25%, 10%, and BYL answer back, tying up the series.
Man, oh man, that is a series to watch, everyone. We are here at the final game for both sides, tied up 2-2, playing a decisive victory on the side of BYL, and that's what we're talking about. DJB, they have too many heroes on their draft that needs that farm, and unfortunately, they're not able to get it from the get-go.
Yeah, and a big, I want to say a good read by BYL. They see those first three pickups. They understand where they pick up, where the power spikes are, and they immediately go with a very nice early game composition that helped them dominate. And I mean, there really wasn't anything else but domination from BYL during that game. No turnarounds by DJB at all there. So a great answer during the draft by BYL.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. Actually, in the early game, we noticed that the Diadea alongside the Flowborn Marksman actually did a lot of damage onto the Zhangfei and the Lone, but it just wasn't able to connect. And with an Aguda on just camping around across the map, able to react so fastly, it's almost a recipe for disaster.
Well, yeah, the Aguda and the Mai pickup too. Aguda tried to get back there. They were even, I think they even might have been able to get away from the Aguda, but Mai was right there too, to get underneath this tier 2 tower to find the pop-up and find the damage on them. And they did that, I want to say at least twice, maybe 3 times while they were pushing onto that side of the tower. It was just a mayhem for the side of DJB to allow that much early game without a way to kind of to thwart it and get them their items that they needed.
And honestly, Private, I feel like for the team at DJB, they thrive when they have a strong tanky hero ready for GOT7 to grab. But unfortunately, last game, it was just not it. Did some damage in early game with the Diadea, but was not able to execute it. It seems like this game, they really have to have a strong and comfortable front line for GOT7 to allow the team the room that they need to farm and to really show their strengths.
I definitely agree that as far as games and if we're going to throw like stats and percentages out there, DJB has shown that they definitely have better success when it comes with those tankier supports. I'm not sure if maybe it might not be ingrained that like their tanks are better, but just from the games we've seen, he's been a lot more when it comes to Lapu with the Zhangfei, rather than counting on some of those more squishier supports that can't that just don't provide that tankiness. Yeah, I don't dare to say they make plays, especially on their own, where Lapu or Zhangfei can be chased and then they can turn around on you and actually become a threat. You don't really get that same value out of a Diadea. If you're chasing a Diadea, she's not going to turn around and suddenly become like this rabid squirrel that's going to be able to kind of take your team down. And I think that's kind of where some of these strategies kind of fall apart for DJB.
Yeah. But they have one more game, right? They have one more shot, and this is when they really sit back and think about what they want to do for the next matchup. But for Private, take us through what we're looking at right now, standing.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We are at a tie game. This one finally went the distance. DJB will take on one more game between BYL in a best of 5. The winner of this next match will win the series and be our first week champion. That'll be $1,000 for them, the king of the arena, so to speak. So I'm excited to see, especially because, like we said, this one went the distance.
Yeah, both teams want to cement themselves as the king of the arena stage. This is the week 1 of the arena stage, right? We have 3 more rounds of this, but this game will be the deciding factor on who can be and make the name for themselves today. And now the draft is ready, so Private, let's take a look at what they have on both sides for this last game.
Ooh, the crowd hushes, the pulse quickens, the last draft of the last series of the week here. Not a surprise, Chicha taken off the board as well, and a little bit of an adjustment there. Zhangfei and Jing taken off the board by BYL. Definitely smart draft picks there for BYL to kind of shut down what has been super powerful for DJB so far.
You're absolutely right. I mean, BYL is kind of banning based on their understanding of DJB's strength, while DJB is kind of banning based on what's meta right now. I'm liking, I saw a Mei that I thought finally we get to see that Mei, but actually the Aguda plus my combo is going to return to the battlefield this game with the I'm hoping for a DJB side they can understand that with the new one, you need something, you need maybe like you can have another core on the farm lane or on the jungle, but not 2, right? So it looks like jungle is what they picked.
I don't know if you saw my face, but okay. We just haven't had success with the Luna yet, and not even. I don't even know. There hasn't been those moments where I'm like, oh man, like if all he played was Luna, I would not hold 0 in the high degree that I do. His Jing is amazing. I know he's got the technical ability. We just have not seen it on the Luna. We haven't seen it enabled just yet. And right now we've got a lot of heroes that need, like you said, like the last game where we got a lot of heroes that need items to kind of come to fruition, immediately backed up by the opposing BYL, who immediately go with an early game composition again, scooping up Aguda, scooping up Mai, and now you have the Lapu Lapu. That's a huge early game advantage for BYL, and there needs to be some type of answer from DJB.
I mean, I like the fact that they ban out the early, the long, some of the late game marksmen that need some farm, but if they were to secure that Flowbomb marksman again, I'm having some questions into their draft once again. But Channel seems like what BYL is thinking to lock in. It's a great laning marksman, but actually indeed they're gonna go with the classic Aguda plus DNJ combo. They're gonna shred down tower like it's nothing.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see where they go into this marksman lane. We saw already the last game, they were able to dive underneath the tower. Even the tier 2, backing up to the tier 2 was not safe for the marksman and the roam. Here, possibly the same type of engagement. You've got a great tanking ability, a great CC that comes out of the Lapu Lapu, the Renje, the decent amount of damage that comes online very quickly. The only thing we're missing right now is the Clash laner that they're going to be able to answer with to go up against this Fatih.
Yeah, I'm liking the draft of BYL a bit more. They're playing by the textbook. They want to, they're really objective focused for this game, right? They want to be able to end it quickly, to take that $1,000 into their pocket. And exactly with their draft, that's what they're trying to execute. They want to have that early game. They want to be able to shred down the towers and continue to snowball in early game, and they're able to actually do that. For the side of DJB, it's gonna be a hard game to come back from once again, with having that Nuwa, having that Luna, and also having that Channel that all needs to share the economy.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. We do have the Byron that's going to be matched up against the Fatigue. I fear that this may turn out exactly as the last game did, where the overwhelming amount of early game that you have, even just with the pair. Last time it was only the pair of Aguda and May that really had that outstanding early game. Here you also have the Lapu, which I feel is a very strong early game, very tanky, a lot of CC right off the bat, even without his ultimate. So it's going to be very interesting. There needs to be a plan for this early game. Hopefully, escorting Nua, getting into that mid lane, we can maybe get that forced 3 into the mid lane like we've seen before with that comes out from DJB. So we'll see how that goes out. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the series. DJB taking on BYL. Winner will walk home our champions and with $1,000 in their pockets.
Yeah, it does seem like Luna starting on her red first. Both sides are actually starting on the red. Telling me that Luna's actually gonna rotate top in the first kind of waves.
Yeah, immediately you see the rotation now coming down to the bottom there. Lian Po, God, gonna go ahead and try to follow, hopefully letting his teammate know. Good job by the side of DJB to read that out, immediately backing up from the tower. They are going to go ahead and lose the Eagle for that, though. So that's going to put him just a little bit behind, now invading into the jungle at the bottom as well, the 3 members of BYL. We're definitely looking to see possibly a little bit of a safer game played by DJB. Possibly they're now ready for that invade, that flank that possibly might see them like turned all the way back to the tier 2 tower of their backside there. But I mean, we'll see how well that they can do. The later this game goes, I do like the chances of DJB, but this is exactly what we had last game. You have to make it to that late game.
Yeah. And especially we saw that Nanua had to help Luna get her farm, right? And she actually missed one minion up in the mid lane with Mai kind of freezing the lane a little bit, freezing and playing just one advantage at a time. And that's why when you have something like a Luna that needs a lot of farm, kind of needs a shared goal with the mid lane, you can't have something that relies so much on item and getting the farm like a Nua. So right now we are really hoping that DJB can kind of roll themselves into late game, but looking at the comp coming in from BYL, it's looking a little bit challenging, Private.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging. That's the perfect word for it. You've got a lot of boxes. You got a lot of stars that need to align and boxes that need to be checked to be successful here. Big pop up there does land on the Shing coming in. Ice, we does land a feather, but it's not going to be enough good of spacing there. I like the spacing here by God and Immortal because they want to make sure that that fan from Ice does not like bounce off of one and then hit the other. So they made sure that they had a good amount of distance from each other. 4 members down there at the bottom, still not able to make something happen. So I want to say a little bit, definitely a better game than we had from the last one, where I think we already were down 2 members from the side of DJB. BYL, though, still continuing on with the pressure. Great early rotation so far.
I mean, a key difference with this game for DJB is they have more frontline. They have more of this engage coming in from the fatigue, coming in from the manpool. So that's at least something that they changed compared to last game. But whether or not that can actually connect, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and it definitely, I want to say that he feels more comfortable. God feels like he's just more comfortable having a tankier front line that can go in there and at least like paw around at them. Ooh, a little bit of a dash there, having to be sent out there. Ooh, and a missed fan by Ice on that May. So, oh, God picks one up there as well. 3 members on the bottom, 0. Ice does not fall for the trap. Yeah, he must have smelled them in that bush. He's like, I'm gonna go ahead and turn around from here. Does not want. Yeah, it's a suspicion that maybe there was a tail sticking out or something from that bush that able to read. But now we're gonna go on to this objective right away. And this is, I think, where the fights are really gonna tell us where we are on the. Ooh, look at how clean that was. Quickly, the side of DJB able to take down that objective.
That's what they needed, right? Luna getting in and already sharing that, sparing that red buff up to Chano. I didn't expect that with the Luna when you really need that farm.
Ooh, nice pop up there. Lance actually might be able to take down Juan as they dive underneath the tower, trying to put on the damage. Just narrowly able to get away, but was that an annihilation coming out from Eternal? Finds the mark, takes down Juan. What a play! And we've been talking about Eternal all night and the great mage plays he's been able to do, especially on this Nua. Here comes the Agudo looking for the pickup there. Is not going to be able to find a great first blood there, picked up by DJB.
At this point, the Luna is having pretty good of her early game. She's able to kind of rotate around the map and even invade the enemy jungle just a little bit. And now up the Clash coming in the bot lane.
Yeah, a great surround there by the side of DJB. Oh, you see Lian Ho actually might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, actually gonna go in there? He said Chano taken down. Immortal bit off a little bit more than he could chew, hit along the bush, got caught out and taken down. 2-1 right now in favor of DJB. But like you were saying, Zero having a little bit better of a game there. Luna already in the jungle of BYL. So that's just such a great start here. HoK having a great game too. Already able to start pushing on the tier 1 tower of that Clash.
Yeah, exactly. Both sides trading the tier 1 tower, looking pretty even on the map. Even in the gold department, just 300 gold lead in favor of DJB, and now we're looking at something that might potentially happen in this pit right here.
Yeah, they're really wanting to go into this jungle. You can see a fan out there trying to find its mark onto Zero. They do steal away a minion now, looking to try to secure this Azure Golem. 4 members here invading from BYL. Comes in on the backside, finds a pop-up. Annihilation is out, does not find a mark on any of the members. HoK looking for the security of the tower. No worse for wear. Each team able to kind of spread back, but I do believe BYL were able to steal up that Azure Golem.
A great decisive invade coming in from BYL. They know how important the blue buff is for a character like Luna, and that exactly is what they did. They kind of denied it from the Luna, and now Luna, just as we're talking about having a good game, not looking to come through right now.
And that's the value you get from a Fatigue, taking it on a 2-on-1. In comes the mage and some backup. They're going to have to launch themselves over that wall. Zero not quick enough to get into that fight just yet. And a great job by God here to kind of keep 27 at bay, making sure that he does not join that fight. Speaking of which, Clash Lander going to go in onto Eternal's going to use that flash to try to get himself away. He tried to get into that fight, not able to do it. In comes the Nua. Big push up there. Annihilation is out. Flash comes out from the side of BYL to counter out the damage there. Luna is down 3-2 in favor of DJB, just narrowly, but you can see BYL in firm control of the jungle now.
And finally, HoK can make a presence of himself across the map as a Fatigue with no fear, just walking around and doing so much with a split push. And that's exactly what he needs to do. Still some skirmish happening in the mid lane, but when you have a Luna with no buff, he's just walking around, and it looks like this buff might also be denied.
Yeah, and that's a firm thing too, especially for a Luna. Taking away the Azure Golem there is going to really set them at an odd. You're not going to have enough mana, you're not going to have enough regeneration there, and that's going to be really upsetting for the Luna. It means that you're going to really be able to shut them down. And it seems like right now BYL have made a priority of getting in there, making sure that they're timed on that, making sure that they understand when it's going to be up so that they can steal it away again. Here goes a Tyrant for the side of BYL, and now they are hungry for a fight from the flank. You can see Big coming in up onto the tower. God comes in for the for some of the CC. Big pop-up lands there, and they are going to be able to make themselves an escape. You see Ice there picking up the venomous staff now at the 8-minute mark.
There's so much mobility also from the side of BYL. They understood the assignment, they understood how to counter that Luna and take her off the map. And exactly right now, all Luna can really do is kind of split push and try to get as much farm as possible. And maybe for this time, for this blue buff, she'll actually be there in time, and her team will be ready to help her.
Yeah, you see Zero doing the best he can, starting to invade jungle minions here. I feel like this has been a lot of a better game for Zero, but still not a huge, like when it comes to farming, Zero's doing a great job right now, but we're still waiting for him to make those great plays to really, I feel like, get the full value out of this Luna pickup. Right now, big damage coming into the mid lane as both teams vying for a little bit of position. They both want to get this mid towers down. They both want to open up this jungle, even though BYL already doing a great job of starting to invade. Now we see the Azure Golem. Oh, I believe Zero was finally able to secure himself a blue buff. Finally, after about, I want to say 6 minutes of being starved from it by BYL, who was doing such a great job making sure that they understood on cooldown when that buff was up and to go in there and steal it.
I mean, to be fair, the first 2 blue buffs, I think Zero wasn't in a good position to even try to contest it, and this time, finally, he understood how important it is for him as Luna to have that buff, so he was prepared and ready. And now, some action happening in this pit. Will they be able to get this turret?
Ooh, a little bit of a flank there coming out from BYL does force the team engagement there. Big pushes coming out and an annihilation comes out. Chano finds a kill onto Mei. Is that going to be enough to offset this? They do stop the teleport from the Nua. Big flash coming out, and that's not going to be enough to save God. 1 for 1 so far, and down goes Immortal. BYL with a good pickings here now to try to take down piece by piece DJB. They're going to have to disengage from this objective as BYL secure it cleanly.
A little bit of miscommunication maybe there with trying to secure the tyrant. Like half the team of DJB was trying to hit the tyrant while the other half was trying to engage in team fight. And in that situation, you always want to kind of kill the enemy first and reset the tyrant unless you are so confident that you're able to secure it.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I was wondering if because that was initially kind of picked up by the side of a BYL. Ooh, actually, look at the ton of damage coming out here. Coke in a little bit of trouble here, getting chased down by 3 members and taken down by, gonna find the kill there as well. And now invading the jungle of DJB, looking for the push onto the mid lane as you see the rest of the jungle now starting to open up for BYL.
Yeah, I mean, Luna had 1 buff. She had to shine for that good few minutes, but now she's once again walking around with nothing in her hands.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. I feel like at this point we are really putting our eggs in the Immortal and Eternal basket. We need these guys to get farmed up. We need them to start doing some damage here to be able to kind of offset some of these pushes. Right now, gold, about a 3K gold lead for the side of BYL. DJB starting to hang out behind, starting to lose out on a lot of these fights. And I've seen, I mean, we've had some great positioning. Eternal's done a great job kind of getting in there, getting some good pushes, but it's not enough yet. You need the damage. You need to have that fear from BYL. Otherwise, they're just going to continue tanking it. They get a little bit of a push. They're like, whatever, let me just come back right at you. You see here now we're landing some of those combos from the Nua is Eternal, but it's just not stopping BYL. They continue to push forward, and DJB has to back up. Ooh, 0. I thought he was actually going to try to sneak in here again. Oh, he goes in. He's been the master of trying to like offset a lot of these objectives. We've seen him do such a great job of being able to steal them, find himself some great maneuverability up there, and some angles. Ice on the backside there does find some damage onto 0. Meanwhile, the rest of the team doing a good job trying to press forward, and that is going to be an overlord for the side of BYL. Now they continue on with this fight, trying to chase down DJB, looking for a kill on the backside. Immortal in trouble underneath the tower. They do find a kill onto My Shiranu, but they're gonna try to chase down underneath the tower. Coke doing such a great job, finds the kill and then finds himself an escape underneath the tower. However, the damage has been done. BYL have the overlords at their back running down the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, when you're facing incredible odds, sometimes you need to find some sneaky plays back into the game, and that's what that's what 0 was looking for, but with a team like BYL, it's just not going to be
Ooh, in comes Eternal, does find himself a little bit of a push there. Now 0 finally starting to get the kills onto the board. 2 down for BYL, but they are continuing on the push. Immortal's gonna have to use his flash to get himself out of harm's way. Can't. Coke taken down. down as well. That's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for DJB. HoK was having a great game there, being able to get into the back line, be able to find some of those squishies and take them down. 1-for-1 right now. DJB and BYL here kind of tied, about a 5K gold lead though for BYL. Are DJB going to be able to turn this around? Annihilation out there through the mid lane, trying to take down this dragon. Now more at the side lanes as well. BYL finally dispersed from the core.
Yeah, I mean, the Overlord still marching into their base with their base wide open on the side of DJB. They really have to find a way to drag this game on as long as possible. And right now, Luna trying to get as little bit of what's in the jungle left for in her pocket.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I want to say BYL doing such a great job right now. They're not pushing too far. They know what their objective is. Get this tower back up. Get this tower back up. Oh, do we have the advantage? If not, we're gonna back up. They're not being too impatient here. They're not allowing DJB to get those the advantage that they've had before. Big Pop-Up comes in here, looking for the fight here. This could be the last one to kind of end things out for DJB. Come in, down goes the May. Big kill there for DJB, but 3 down for their team members, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the game point. BYL with the victory.
BYL showing us why exactly they're at the top spot of the North America region for this tournament, and they proved exactly that. I mean, they had a hiccup in the first 2 games, but now they've just come on more strong and more dominant and know exactly what they have to do to win. And congratulations for both teams, though. DJB Club came really far in this tournament, and now they're sitting at the top 2 spot regardless.
Yeah, you could not have asked for a closer series than you got here. Almost kind of like a reverse sweep by BYL. I think they found the little crack in the armor and really kind of pried into that. Did such a great job, and unfortunate for DJB, not able to find the answer in those last 2 games. BYL, like you said, showing exactly why they are at the top of the mountain in the North American Kings Arena.
Yeah, I think for DJB Club, moving into the next week, they might have to gain maybe a little bit more practice on the Luna and do some more studying on their draft, because I do think that there was a draft difference in the last 2 games for these teams. And I think that played a big part on why BYL was able to secure such a decisive advantage throughout both games.
Yeah, I definitely feel like, I mean, it wasn't as dominant as the last game. It's still dominant, though. the early game, Aguda and Amai Sharanu, without a real answer to be able to kind of shut some of those picks down, really kind of, it really put the pressure on DJB Club to find an answer. And unfortunately, I feel like that just really opened the road for BYL to have a very smooth, not too tested game.
Yeah, but I mean, BYL was the favorite here, right? They were the top spot throughout the open qualifiers. They are the top team in the 8 teams that we're seeing here, and they just defended their spot as top 1. Now for DJB Club, they came through a fierce 2-day tournament, and being in top 2 is already good enough, especially when you have a game that goes to the distance. Now let's take a refresh at our standings and what happened so far in the tournament private.
Yeah, very exciting last 2 days so far. Here you can take a look, our new Kings of the Hill, BYL. Not a big surprise for a lot of their fans. Not a big surprise if you were able to catch some of the streams of the qualifiers. BYL were very dominant here and showed, like you said, exactly why they are the top of the hill right now and will be the top of the hill moving into the next weeks of the NAKA tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this was just the first week, right? With DJB taking in that victory and taking it and kind of pushing it off, we'll have to see what they have in store for us next week. Now, before we go, actually, we have an interview with a player from BYL. Hello? Well, Private, you have been talking a lot about 27, so I'm sure you have a lot of questions that you want to ask this player.
Yeah, especially when it comes into that Clash lane, he definitely had a huge effect on the fatigue. With 27, sir, hello and welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Private, so I think first off, congratulations on your team. You are the top spot throughout the open qualifiers, and now you've defended your spot. Now for 27, Private, what is your what do you want to know the most about kind of what happened there with the last game?
Well, for me, from the first,
yeah, I'm here.
For me, the big what I saw was from the early game, playing on the fatigue. You did a great job of being able to find these angles, these hiding spots, to be able to find the enemy farm laner. Even after some of the fights had gone down, you were able to find the enemy marksman, gold laner, and take them down post fights. How did your strategy change as the games kind of went forward? What do you think was the difference in some of the losses that you had and some of the where you were able to shine?
For the losses, I was too focused on the farming, but not the also our BP was like not good.
So you made that change, right, for the last 2 games. What went on between the team to make the adjustments? Like, what did you guys say that you wanted to? How did you want to change your BP towards the last 2 games?
Oh, for the last 2 games, we just pick our like most confident heroes, and then we'll build a BP around them. Not just like pick like finding the counter spot. We just pick our like most confident heroes.
Mm-hmm. And can you share with us a little bit about what are these top 10 national champion heroes that you guys have? Like, what are these titles that you guys have?
Oh, the titles? Oh, I mean, like everyone have like, I don't know if I use the right word, but so wait, I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Oh, like because we kind of learned that for you guys have really high elo on some of these heroes, like some of your best heroes. Like, what are some of your like champion heroes?
Oh, for me, I just well, I don't know the English name for the heroes though.
No worries. Just what are these heroes?
Oh,
you can say in Chinese.
Abuduo.
Oh, well, Agudo is what you played.
Yeah, that's what I played in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm. So you've been farming that hero, eh? What about your teammates? Any hero that we should watch out for?
Yeah, for our mid is 不知火舞.
Oh, my Shiranui. Incredible. I mean, you guys played both of these heroes. Anything else that we should watch out for farm lane? Like, what is the best hero for your farm?
Oh, for farm lane, he don't really have a best hero. He just pick whatever is more fit in the our team.
Wow, and that's the performance still doing really well. Based on the open qualifiers and also playing up against DJB Club, who do you think is the second best team that will put you guys at a more fearful spot?
FS.
Oh.
Okay. So DJB Club not on par yet.
Wait, sorry. I don't understand what you.
You just played against DJB Club. You still think FS better?
Oh no. I think it's I think DJB is better than FS, but like the third best one is FS.
Oh, well, incredible performance today. Private, anything else you kind of wanna chime in on?
No, I mean, excellent game, guys. It's very exciting to watch, especially it's very exciting to watch the adjustments that you guys made. You guys you did take those 2 losses. You were on the chopping block, about to be eliminated, and then were able to kind of find that adjustment. I like that you mentioned you guys were just like, you know what, screw it. We're just going to go for what we like or what we play best, no matter what the counters are. And you just went with that and had a good time. And it showed how good you were on some of those picks. So congratulations.
Before we let you go, BYL, can you tell us something interesting about your team, or maybe like how do you know your teammates? How do you guys form this team?
Oh, about our team. We were playing together since like a year ago, and so we saw there's a game coming on, so we just all register for it and then play.
Yeah, and normally, how much do you guys actually practice together? Do you guys play every day?
Not really. We just just talking every day, but not really play together every day. But we do have a lot of practice for past few weeks.
Well, and the practice really showed. So congratulations on that victory, and we're excited to see you guys perform at that caliber once again next week.
All right, thank you.
Wow, such a chill dude. I mean, I didn't expect the Agudo and the Mai Shiranui to be some of their national champion heroes. It definitely showed with the performance just now, right?
Well, yeah, and especially that they just kind of went with what matters to them or what they feel like they can play best, which was really amazing too. So sometimes it kind of comes down to that, and that's what you have to start. Sometimes it just comes down to what are we most comfortable on, because even if there's a counter out there on the board, if you're that good, if you're that comfortable on a certain hero, you know the counters, you know how to kind of try to sidestep all the little loopholes that you can take there, and it really showed here. I like that adjustment, and it completely showed they were able to dominate from a game point deficit, a 2-point deficit where they were about to be eliminated, able to come back for almost a reverse sweep here. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and with that decisive victory, Private, we have just wrapped up the first week of the arena stage, and let's get a look at the standing after that match, Private.
Yeah, first place will be BYL, number 2 DJB Club. These two teams will not need to play on the next Saturday. They will be sitting pretty, waiting for the champion to challenge them, or the challenger to challenge them on a Sunday. At number 3, Flash Smileadon. At number 4, N19. Number 5 will be Mist. Number 6, Trolls Inc. Okay, they're all 6. Tied for 6. I was my brain tripped out for a second there. Tied for 6th place will be Trolls Inc., Stamina Esports, and a Newbie.
Yeah, so with this tournament format, we do get to see these teams that didn't have such a impact this week, or wasn't able to really shine this week, to have another chance, a fresh start for the second phase of the arena. So next week, it will be a fresh start for these teams. For Flash Smileadon, that means they have to grind really from the bottom to the top. And whether or not they can do what DJB Club did this week, will be a testament to their capabilities, right? And for these players, it matters a lot with the prize pool. And Private, what are they looking for? Let's remind the viewers.
Oh, well, when it comes to that prize pool, you can see $6,000 total prize pool, 62,500 tokens as well. It is the biggest in the community right now for prize pool. As we move on to the weeklies, the winner here, and especially the first place that just walked away here, week 1, all the weeks, $1,000 and 10,000 tokens per week. Every single week, teams have a new chance to make it to the top of the mountain and walk away with that prize.
You know, a great question here would have been asking BYL that got sent, like what he would want to do with the prize money, because they're already walking away with 1,000. And now for the playoffs, depending on their seeding, you will be looking at $3,000 US and 32,500 final prize pool in tokens as well. So definitely a lot more if you continue winning in the arena stage.
Yeah, very exciting for those teams. Exciting matches that happened here. Very interesting format too as well, where we get to showcase a nice storybook little team there. And I'm wondering, sometimes maybe did the fatigue maybe have a little bit to play in those last matches? You had DJB, who'd been playing all night, eventually finally taken down by our champions.
Yeah, I mean, but still next week they have to do the same thing all over again. So today they both played a lot of matches, right? But next week DJB will still be sitting at the number 2 spot. So they really, if fatigue, like we said, is what kind of got into and got them impacted, they really need to work on that and not have the same thing happen next week, right? But overall, what an incredible weekend that we just had, Private. It's an honor to cast alongside the one and only, the Private dancers. We're dancing into all the drafts. It's been super fun, and we really got to see and got to know some of these teams in the community better. So props to all the teams who participated, and we're excited to see what these teams have in store for us next week.
Yeah, I'm really excited. If you guys enjoyed that, hopefully you guys make sure to spread the word, like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us out a ton, especially when you guys are spreading the word, letting everybody else know. Post on your Discord, tell your mom, your dad, text your friends, let them know about the community here starting in North America, and of course the quality that you see here from this amazing production.
Yeah, and with that being said, guys, I hope you have a wonderful week ahead of you, and stay tuned once again next week at the same times for this tournament. Adios. I'll see you next week.